where can I put this? Scarlet Spider, Across the Spiderverse. What's up? What's up? Customizing the Mess Toys Scarlet Spider. Gotta figure out how I want to do this cell shading on this guy. I'm probably gonna take off the hoodie if I can do that pretty easily. Let's see here. I wonder how I can get this hoodie off. It seems kind of... Actually, no, it should be able to pull off pretty easily. There we go. Now we're working with something. What's up, Tame Harden, bro? Okay, we got the hoodie off. Now he's got to paint this goofy guy. Look at this dude. Why is his neck so long? That's funny. That's hilarious. I better put his arms back on. Or maybe I should paint them while they're off. Yeah, I might do that, actually. We're going to start with the head, because I think that's going to be the easiest part here. Just going to paint it with some black. Just got some acrylic paint right here. Let's see. Throw that on here. I'm going to try to do my best to show you guys as I kind of work. Let's see if I can angle this down a little bit more. There we go. Perfect. Okay, I got my cup of water. I'm basically just using an image reference from the Across the Spiderverse movie. I'm gonna try to replicate that as close as I can. This might take a few tries, we'll see. The good thing is I do have an extra Scarlet Spider in case I mess this up really badly. So I can always, you know, just use that guy. Okay, let's do this thing. So far, so good. Okay, we got some progress. I do like painting with black though because it just like shows up super clearly. and it's easy to see what you're doing. You usually don't have to add more than one coat. Thanks, multi-action figure universe, or multi-action figure verse. Yeah, you're 100% right. Dude, that last one went pretty good. I was very surprised because a lot of my action figure videos weren't doing so well because I made primarily Fortnite videos. So I was glad to see that one did well. My short also right now is actually doing pretty well. My symbiote Spider-Man short. Got some paint on his eyeball. Oh shit. The good thing is with like acrylic, you can really just kind of peel it off. Like when I was customizing my Thor, actually no, not my Thor, my Bane. If you guys saw that one with like the blue comic shading, when I was customizing that, I didn't like how much black there was on him, so I really just kind of peeled off some of it, and that was really easy, which was fun. Dude, I got so lucky. I was supposed to have class this morning. My teacher got sick. I mean, not good for her, but I got to stay in and work on this, so that's something I'm glad. Head is probably gonna be the scariest part because obviously, you know, that's the main thing you're gonna see, and his white eyes. If I get any black on there, it's gonna not look so good. Slow and steady. Ooh. And I think if I end up getting black on the eyeballs, like the white, I think I can just come back in with some white acrylic and go over that. That's the thing with paint. Like I'm an artist who traditionally uses like colored pencils and markers as a medium. And with paint, you can really just undo any mistake you make. It's kind of nice, you know. That's why I've started getting into painting a little bit more. Because like having the ability to really just go over whatever you mess up is so clutch. Okay, let's see here. Okay, here's what we got so far. I think that looks pretty good. Can I focus on it, please? Okay. You know, it's not done, not perfect, but for the start, it's pretty good. Do either of you guys have this figure? Do you have this figure, Tamer Harden? It's pretty good. I mean, I definitely recommend it. For how cheap Mess Toys is, the value is insane. Okay, and I'm gonna set this head to dry. Here's what we got as a kind of finished product. We got a nice little dark spot in the middle and a little bit going down near the chin. Add a few more details. I might change it up a little bit too, because I kind of want to, well, I don't know, in the reference at least, there's like lines going across right in this red spot in the bottom here. But that's more so for the Spider-Verse art style. At the end of the day, I'm trying to make it look like the one from Across the Spiderverse because I love that movie. That's like one of my favorite movies ever. It's really what inspired me to, I don't know, not even just to just like do art. And so yeah. Oh my god, look how long this guy's neck is. This is diabolical. Like, I'm pretty sure the other ones don't have a neck this long. I have my symbiote Spider-Man one I could check, but it just looks so funny without a head. Yeah, now we gotta do his neck. Do you guys think it would be better if I had the camera showing like what I'm doing instead of instead of doing like this kind of thing on my face. I think that would be better. Okay, here's neck. It's gonna be hard because a lot of these references, you know, they're not a complete angle, and it's just gonna be kind of have to be something that I free ball, a little bit of free balling. That's all right. We'll figure it out. And even if it looks, you know, not perfect, I'm totally okay with that. This is 1/12 scale. I usually, do 1/12 scale. That's really all I have in my collection. I think I have, I'm pretty sure I only have 1/12 scale figures. That's if you like count, you know, Mafex, SH Figuarts, Marvel Legends is all the same scale, which they're intended to be. But you know, obviously, we all know that Mafex is a little bit smaller as well as SH Figuarts than Marvel Legends. I have been looking at some other figures that are more so 1/10 scale. Like if you guys know the DLX Iron Mans, dude, I love Iron Man. Probably my favorite, you know, Marvel superhero besides Spider-Man. You know, favorite live action Marvel superhero, I'd say. And then they're more so like 1/10 scale. So they're not perfect 1/12, but I think I would be able to fudge it. Just, you know, kind of explain it off as, well, he's in a suit of armor. So that's why it makes sense. But they're also pretty expensive. So once I get some more money, I might buy one of those. We shall see. So here's what we got going on so far on the neck. I'm basically just using, I'll show you guys the reference I'm using. I'm just using this right here. This is just a picture from the Spider-Verse concept art, I think. Oh, God. And then I'm going to try to replicate it as close as I can to that. So, yeah. What is your guys' favorite version of Spider-Man? Because me personally, it's got to be Tobey Maguire. Like this could be comic versions, live action, you know, actors, whatever you want to make it. Mine is Tobey Maguire easily though. He's the one I grew up with. I've seen those movies more than any of the others so many times. So gotta give a shout out to your boy. And also, I just ordered from this guy on Instagram the Mafex Tobey Maguire. So that has been a grail of mine since I saw it. Can't wait to get that guy. Okay, I'm gonna have to really make sure this dries before I put the hoodie back on him. Otherwise, we're gonna get some black marks on the hoodie, which I might try to customize the hoodie at some point, but I don't think I'm gonna do that today because I don't know how you paint on cloth. Very new to customizing, so we're just doing our best for today. Okay, here is the neck. I think that's gonna be good for now. Now here's the problem is like painting the back of it. So, you know, there's not a whole lot of references of the back of his neck. But even then, I guess I don't really need to paint it too much because you're gonna have the hood, actually maybe it's not gonna be up, but it'll be blocking it a little bit. So let's see if I can just go in here with some paint to make it look convincing. Okay. So the neck is all done. And I'm really just going kind of rough here. Like, this is not going to look perfect at the end of it because I feel like with a lot of these cell shading ones, it's so hard to know what it's supposed to look like from each angle because every single reference will have a different cell shading pattern on it, especially because lighting is always changing. And so there's really no way for me to get the definitive look from all angles. It's just impossible. But the best I can do is just to, make it look good in my opinion, and yeah, just go from there. And then if it looks terrible, I'll just use my extra one and have this guy just be in the Spider-Verse display. I think that's what I'm gonna do because I have like my Spider-Verse display. If you guys look at my display video, at the top with all the different characters from Across the Spider-Verse and Into the Spider-Verse. Actually, I think they're all from Across the Spider-Verse. Yeah. And then I have my comic Spider-Man display, which is basically just him fighting all the villains. And so what I really want to do is get a bunch of different Spider-Man characters that aren't from Across the Spider-Verse, and then have them on that comic display, and have each one kind of duking it out with one of the villains. I think that would be really cool. It's a good way to just utilize multiple Spider-Man figures because I've got, like I said, the Mayfix coming in. I have a bunch of them, and I don't necessarily want them all to just be at the top. Like that Mess Toys Symbiote Spider-Man, that one doesn't really fit into the Across the Spider-Verse display because there's no symbiote Spider-Man in that movie, if I'm mistaken, or if I'm not mistaken. So that one's most certainly going to be for my comic shelf where he could be fighting. I think symbiote Spider-Man versus Shocker would be a good one because obviously we all know the Shocker or whatever he says. So I think that's what I might do. Okay, now we're painting the bicep. Let's see if I can get a little closer to the camera here. Okay, this is just like so sketch. I don't want to mess it up. So dangerous, so precarious. Whew. Did you guys see that Mayfix comic number 75 Spider-Man went up for pre-order again and got a reissue? That's insane. I'm pretty sure it's like one of the biggest, most popular Spider-Mans there is out there. And I really wanted to get it, honestly, just for that Peter Parker head. Peter Parker head is probably the best one in the game. I really do not like the Marvel Legends one that came with the Maximum Spider-Man. I think it looks really ugly. But I just didn't buy it because it sold out. And last night I didn't think I really wanted it, but now I kind of regret not getting it, as it usually is. Okay, here's what we got going on the arm so far. I think this is gonna look pretty good when I get done with it. Even if it doesn't look perfect, it'll be all right with me. But I think it should look pretty darn nice because even just adding that to the head really just made it pop. I'll probably make another, like a reel showcasing this guy once I get this painted because some people on Instagram have been asking for that. Yeah, I'm liking how this is looking so far. The only problem is I just gotta keep this black paint from drying out. I should put too much on the palette. Okay. Now we gotta paint this. Okay, so I have a little sticker up there right now, and this is not really about gaming, this live stream at least, but I play a lot of video games. Let me know which game challenged you the most. I don't know, YouTube told me to try that. I don't even know what that is, to be honest. But I'm pretty new to live streaming, so I'll take whatever it tells me to do. I'm also hungry as crap, bro. Here we go, here we go. So this is what the inside look of his arm looks like. Not too bad. This reference a little bit hard to follow because it's obviously much more minute detail than what I'm able to achieve here. So we're just giving it our best shot. I really need almost a smaller brush. This brush is nice, but it's too big. There must have been an angel by my side. Dude, apparently, like on YouTube and Twitch, you can't even like be singing songs anymore because they copyright strike you immediately. That's insane. Like, I don't know if what I just said is going to get me copyrighted. I hope not. I wish artists would just like, yeah, I understand it's their work or whatnot, but you know, I'm not making no money off of singing that for 2 seconds. So like, chill. Just chill. Everybody just needs to chill out. There must have been an angel by my side. Okay, this is moving pretty slowly, but we're doing the arm. It's gonna look nice. So far, we are done with the head. So I'll show you guys if I can here. Got the head going on there, the neck. I don't know why it's making me put it like this now. Okay. So yeah, I think this is looking pretty good. I need another reference for his bicep and his tricep. Okay. Okay, we're gonna, where can I set this down at? Okay, we set that down. I need to get some of this black paint back into the container, otherwise it's all gonna dry out. And that would not be good. Just gonna scoop it back up. Scoop it back up. But yeah, I highly recommend, you know, anybody out there who is interested in slightly improving your figures. It's so easy. All you need is some acrylic paint. And obviously, you might want a little bit of art experience, but you know, just throw some paint on there. You can take it off, and I always think it's worth it. If you have a figure and you think they could look slightly better, go for it, because you know I got that Thor that I made that reel about, or the short, and I was like, I want his helmet to be more shiny, so I just throw on some chrome marker. And if you guys want a recommendation, Well, actually, I don't know if I can recommend this one because this chrome marker, I mean, the finish gets like worn off almost immediately when you touch it with your skin. So it's kind of not that good. But what I try to do is just not touch it as much as I can. So like when I put this on his head, I'll use the wings to kind of push it down. And then it's just, yeah, you gotta try your best not to touch it, which is really hard with some figures. So that's why my silver samurai on my display has not really changed pose in forever, and he's kind of just sitting there. It's a little bit of a shame, but he also does look really good. He's actually silver instead of gray. I can't believe they released that silver samurai and have it just be gray. Like, there's no silver finish at all to that guy. Really stupid. But yeah, this guy is just a great figure overall. If you're interested in this one, highly recommend picking it up. I was gonna put the link to the product on this live stream, but they only have the Marvel Legends one and the SH Figure Arts one on YouTube products, I guess, because Mess Toys is a little bit of a knockoff brand. I'm assuming that's why they're not as reputable. But yeah, I'm really liking how this looks. Fallout 4. I never played any of the Fallout games, but I've heard things about them. I really like the power armor look. I know most of my information for Fallout from Fortnite. That's what I played mostly. But my answer to that question, a game that challenged you the most, and let me know if you guys have played this at all, Elden Ring, for sure. Elden Ring was super hard, but that's also my favorite game of all time. So fun. If you are interested in like knights or mythic stuff, dragons, monsters, literally anything like that, Renaissance, play that game. That game will change your life. I'm not joking. So, yeah. That's the game that challenged me the most. It's also the only Souls game I've ever played, which is surprising to me at least, because I had so much fun with it. So I'm going to hopefully play another one of them soon. Elder Scrolls, yeah, that's... If you're talking about what I said, Elden Ring it's a Souls-like, so it's by From Software. If you ever heard of Dark Souls, that one's kind of predecessor for Elden Ring. It actually has no affiliation with Skyrim, but I also know a little bit about Skyrim. My girlfriend really likes that game, I'm pretty sure. That's the one she told me about. So, but yeah, it would be like Skyrim. I think I see what you're saying. You're saying that it's kind of going to be like that game, yeah. But the Souls-like really have their own unique play style, all about dodging, you have to roll. A really cool way of telling the story, actually. I'm in a game journalism class in college right now, and I have an assignment where I have to make a slideshow that like explains or analyzes the storytelling process of Elden Ring. So it's really fun to do. But yeah, Elden Ring has a really unique story and really unique way of delivering it to you. A lot of it depends on like item descriptions and reading lore and finding optional NPCs and that sort of stuff. There must have been an angel by my side. Okay. I'm gonna try to find another reference for his arm so I can get a little bit of a better look. And I'm also gonna change the camera angle. So I'm gonna see if I can. Yeah, there we go. So I'm gonna put this in my camera stand thing so you guys can see this better. Also, I'm gonna rub off the camera. It's a little dirty. It's just my phone, so I need to eventually get like a real camera for doing live streams and other content. But for now, we're just making do with our phone until we blow up. So let me know if that view is good. I'm gonna pull up the live stream on my laptop so I can read your guys' messages still. There must have been an angel by my side. Okay. So we got this view, yes. I wonder if I can show my laptop better. Okay, yeah, that's not bad. Now we're just going to turn on this light, get a little bit more lighting down here. Oh my God. My phone just fell. The stand thing I have is a little finicky. Okay, now we should be good to go. Scarlet Spider Across the Spiderverse. Let's find a nice reference of his arm. I honestly could just pull it up and paint it like the action figure, which might be what I do. Wish I had that action figure in hand so that I could really just take a look at it and make it look exactly like that. Because that's kind of what I'm going for, you know. I want it to look like the dude himself. There must have been an angel by my side. Okay, so now we're gonna get some paint out. It's gonna be a lot less than last time though. Just a nice little dot. Let me know if you guys have done any custom work, which figures you've customized, how that process went. Love to hear about it. Okay. Okay. So I think this is looking pretty good still. I don't want to mess it up. That would be really bad. We're gonna see if I can get a better angle of the back side of his forearms. Oh, there we go, perfect. It's all about the traps, baby, all about the traps. Okay, so we've got this arm coming out great. Let me get a little water on the brush, get some of that paint. Okay, now we're going to work on the elbow here. This part might be kind of hard. So in essence, all I'm doing is just outlining the different muscles that are sculpted here, which makes it a little bit easy. Not super easy, but makes it manageable. Yeah, like I said, if you guys wanted to try this, you 100% could. It would look great, I'm sure. Okay. Now we need some more black. It's running thin a little bit. I see that I'm the only one, so I don't know why I'm talking to myself. It must have been an angel by my side. It's useless. I tried to go insane. Okay, so we're gonna have that looking like that. I think it looks pretty good, but I'm also a perfectionist, so maybe it could be better. I don't think I'm gonna mess with that. Let's see what the hands look like. It's useless. Okay, we're gonna take the hand off to customize this part because I don't want to be holding this whole thing covered in paint. Also, it's gonna be interesting to set this down without getting paint on everything. Okay, that should be good. Take some nice paint. Get his own here. It's useless. It's just so hard to just hold this. I wonder if I can put it on this paintbrush. Okay, so we've got it on the paintbrush. This is too funny. It's just so I can have a better grip of it without messing it up or anything like that. Okay. it's not my neatest work, but for the purpose of this customization, I think it'll do. Okay, is one hand done. Let that sit there. Let's get the other hand. So we're slowly working our way through. Now I need a reference for what a stretched out hand might look like. Oh, perfect. We have one right here. So what I'm doing is basically I'm just using the reference for the parts that I can see, and then I'm kind of making up stuff for the parts I can't, and that's probably all right. At least I think so. I wonder if I can put this on a pencil instead of the paintbrush, because the paintbrush is a little bit too big. Oh yeah, that's a snug fit. Perfect! So you gotta be creative, guys. Get creative. The hardest thing so far has been creating triangles, because the point of my brush is not really the part that has the paint on it, and so trying to, you know, create some pointed shapes is a little bit harder, which means a lot of these are coming out kind of messy. For some reason when I just said messy, I just like envisioned Messi. That's funny. Like the soccer player. Okay, his hand's looking nice. Nice. I was really wondering if anybody like I know would show up on this live stream. That'd be a little bit weird. Yeah. I was originally gonna go live on TikTok, and then I realized you need 1,000 followers if you want to go live. That's so stupid in my opinion. It's like, I need to go live to help me gain some followers, so why do I have to have some already? It doesn't make sense. Okay. Some more water in this black paint so it's a little bit nicer to work with. It's useless. Okay, that hand is, I'm gonna call it done as well. Okay, so after I'm done painting all these with the acrylic paint, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go in with some Mod Podge. I'm gonna take that Mod Podge and I'm going to coat it up just so that it doesn't, I don't know, rub off super easily. There's lots of different hands to go through, so this is going to be a little bit of a process. And I also want to do this arm right now, because I have a pretty clear reference of it right here, which is great. Yeah, but let me know what, what's your preferred look for Scarlet Spider? Would it be this version that is highly stylized and more so akin to the Across the Spiderverse movie? Obviously, it's not the only place where he's had shading like this, but it's where it's most prominent. Or would you prefer it to be the original with no shading? Just all red. I do think there's something to be said for the all red because it just pops so much. But we're gonna see how this looks. I've already committed. Sorry, I should probably bring it more centered on the camera. Means useless. Okay, so now we gotta paint on this Sometimes you just gotta go lock-in mode, I was just locked in there for a second. This part is very important. Did not want to mess that up. Okay, so this arm is looking great in my opinion. Dude, this just looks so clean. Custom Fortnite skins on blank action figures. That would be awesome. I want people to do that because I want some better Fortnite action figures. There's not really very many good options out there. All you got is the Jack Pacific, is that what it is, that brand? You got theirs, of course, but those are fine. They're just not super high quality. I think like a Mafex Black Knight would go crazy or something like that. Oh my gosh, my most wanted not custom, but just Fortnite action figure in general would be Big Dill. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Big Dill, but he's a giant humanoid pickle wrapper. And he is a real artist as singer, and he actually commented on my drawing I did of Big Dill, and that was extraordinary that happened to me. Okay. Really liking how this arm is turning out because I have a more direct reference. Yeah, they're not the highest quality. They do look cool. Also, the problem is like the really popular ones, like Peely. I'm pretty sure he's so much money now. I was thinking about getting some of them because I am really interested in the NECA TMNT Fortnite designs. I don't know if you saw those multi action figure verse. I'm just gonna call you multi. I don't know if you saw those NECA TMNT ones from Fortnite, but they look amazing. Those are my personal favorite TMNT designs. Okay. So this arm is coming out nicely. All that's left now is this elbow portion, basically. See if I can find a better reference for this in the video, maybe. Okay, there we go. Yeah, perfect reference. My biggest fear is that I'm actually following two different perspectives of light and that the shadows aren't gonna really make sense on mine. But at the end of the day, nobody else is gonna know that except for me. Because I don't think, well, actually, that's not entirely true. I'm sure there's some people that are very artistic and they know how light works on the body and perspectives and all that. But I don't think most people that see it are gonna have that artist's background and knowledge to draw from. So I'm not too worried about it. At the end of the day, if I'm happy with it, who cares? Okay. I think that's gonna be good for that arm. Looks great so far. Yeah, I really like this one. This one came out nicely. How do I feel about the Gamerverse Spider-Man and Blue Venom? You mean the Blue Venom from Marvel Legends, or do you mean the Blue Venom that Mafex is doing? And then for the Gamerverse Spider-Man, I'm assuming you mean the SH Figuarts one. And my opinion on the SH Figuarts Gamerverse Spider-Man is that it's going to be the best comic-looking Spider-Man there is. Or, it doesn't even necessarily look like comic Spider-Man, but it's just the best stylized Spider-Man in my opinion. The Mafex Venom, I think the Mafex Venom looks cool, but I will say that I'm actually not the biggest fan of the shading they have on it. To me, I would have almost preferred hard cell shading like I'm doing here. I don't really like the airbrushing kind of, very sparing cell shading they've got going on there because it looks a little bit messy in my opinion. And it is a little bit lazy of them to just reuse the same mold. But I know, Hasbro does the exact same thing. But when you have those premium prices with Mafex, I think they should have made a little bit of a beefier mold for that guy. And also, I'm going to take this camera off real quick. Maybe I'll go show you my... Let's go check out my Gamerverse Blue Venom. So, right back there. That guy is really all I need. So I'm, not interested in getting the blue Mafex, but that right there is just the blue Venom from the, what is it, Captain America and Venom, yeah, 2-pack. And then I added on the black Venom head and I painted it blue. And that's the perfect Venom to me right there. I do really also want a black Venom, just like that same one, to go with my Spider-Man display. But, you know, beggars can't be choosers, and it'll be a little bit weird to have 2 Venoms, and that's the one I got right now, just because of money, so it'll do. But yeah, the Game Reverse Spidey, I think, just looks phenomenal. I think that's going to be a highly popular figure, just because the eyes, the style. Yeah, that Marvel Legends Venom is actually really good. You know, he has great articulation, kind of some modern stuff going on there. Great ab crunch, butterfly joints. The only thing he was missing is a head that was like that one, so that's why I wanted to add it. But the heads he did come with were pretty great. You know, you got the one with the snarling tongue with the green venom on it, I should say, and then you got the face that's being taken over by Eddie Brock, or Eddie Brock's face being taken over by Venom. So it was a good figure, and I just happened to get it because I wanted that Captain America 2-pack for sure. I wanted the Captain America because it's the best one in my opinion, the Marvel Legends one. So yeah. Now we gotta see what part of him is uncovered, his abs. So we're gonna paint his abs up here. We got a nice reference, so we should be able to do this pretty easy. What is your take on the Mafex Venom multi? Are you a fan of it? Is that what you asked? If you are, you know, that's perfectly fine, to each their own. I still think it looks good. I'd prefer some more harsh and cleaner cell shading versus what we're getting. But that's just my personal opinion. Okay, so we're doing his abs. I really gotta let this all dry before I put the hoodie back on, otherwise it's gonna get real bad. I was also a little bit worried that I might add in too much black. So far, I don't think I've gone down that line, but I am also being very conscious of how much black I'm adding onto the figure because I don't want it to be like a black figure with red highlights, you know. I want it to be the Scarlet Spider, you know. Also gotta remember to do the extra heads because this guy comes with 3 different heads. Yeah, 3 heads. That's awesome. The value with Mess Toys is just getting better and better. It's actually insane that they're able to provide this much for the price. And like this figure doesn't even feel like a bootleg or a third party. It just feels like an official figure. Okay. Okay, so that should be good for his abs. I'm pretty sure it's kind of all that shows with the hoodie on. And I'm never gonna have him with the hoodie off. His neck just looks too goofy if you remember the beginning of the stream. So now what I think I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna paint the, let's slow this guy down. I think I'm gonna paint his other heads. I also have these white buildings that my brother got with the Blockies Evangelion. like the Shinji's Eva, and so I want to paint those for him and make them look a little bit better because I don't know why they're just plain white plastic. So I'll be doing that for him. Okay, so we got these extra heads to paint up. This one's kind of like the angry one. My favorite is that one already done, just because I like the more angular look rather than the circled eye lenses, but this one looks cool too. The other one looks a lot more like the Across the Spiderverse version, which I think is really cool. Because that was really my introduction to the Scarlet Spider character. I know I have like a huge comic section of my display, but I don't even read comics, which might be blasphemous if you love comics. But I mean, I've read some of them, and I've watched a lot of YouTube videos kind of explaining them, which, you know, I know is not the same thing. But I just never got into comics like that when I was younger. I never had any of them around, and I was pretty opposed to buying them just because I didn't want to spend my money on that, I guess. Yeah, but my interest in a lot of the like superheroes is based on the media I have seen, as well as, you know, their designs, etc. I'm hungry as heck, bro. My stomach is growling. Painting this one a little bit different because I don't want all the heads to be the exact same style of cell shading. This one's not too much different, but I think with the third one, I'm really going to try to find a reference that's quite different than the one I've already done in this one. I want to do a similar effect like I'm doing right now with this black forehead. A lot of the comic characters have this. I want to do this on Batman, the Nightfall Batman that I have. Because I think he's probably the character you see it on most, if I'm being honest. It's kind of nerve-wracking painting so close to the white eyes like this. I just get so nervy. Okay. I think that head can be done. Maybe if it had a little bit. Okay. That head's gonna be done like that. Don't really know what I'm gonna do for the back of those heads, but for now, that's all we're gonna do. And now I just need to paint the last one. So let's find a good reference here. Scarlet Spider. Just look up Scarlet Spider. Stomach is growling. We're gonna do something crazy. We're gonna actually paint the whole face black. The reason I'm painting this whole face black is just because I found a reference where it looks like that, and I think having that contrast between the first one and this one will be really cool. Okay, so that, looks a little bit choice. I don't know if I love that, to be honest. A little bit too much black, but maybe it'll look better on the figure, I don't know. I also think it makes kind of sense because that's his like angry face. So if you have that much, shadow on your face when you're angry, makes sense kind of. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I love it. That's right, I can change it. Now I gotta figure out what the last head should be. Okay, here's a good one, I think. Actually, I didn't even realize that wasn't really even his angry face. That was kind of his slightly angry face. But now I'm doing his real angry face. And I found a very clean reference that I'm going to reference here, so. Okay. Here's what we're doing on this one. Okay. I think this head is finished. I don't like how much black came over. What's the detail paint brushes? Brand selection? Suggestion? Well, let's see what brand this is. So this is a Crafts for All. I don't think this is necessarily a great brand suggestion, to be honest. I would get something that's more fine tipped. Probably would be better, but you know, this one's doing the trick. I already know where I picked this up at. I'm pretty sure this was probably just like a Christmas gift or something that I'm utilizing here. Definitely need to get some better stuff, so yeah, I don't know. I don't know much more about what's the best brushes than you probably do. What I am gonna do here though is see if I can scrape off some of this black paint. So this is the good thing about having an X-Acto knife. Yeah, there we go. There we go. That looks pretty good. So we've got our 3 different Scarlet Spider heads. One of them is, you know, just straight up black spider instead of scarlet, but it's alright. I'm going to make myself some cereal real quick. Be back over there in a few minutes. Okay. We're eating a giant bowl of cereal. What's up, guys? What's your guys' favorite cereal brand or kind? Can you guys see the heads? Okay, I guess you can see 2 of them. There we go. There's all 3. Yeah, Multi. I'm basically basically trying to recreate the SH Figure Arts version because I think the paint on that figure was so beautiful. His problem was just the articulation. But I'm also taking inspiration from comics, cell shading too, so it's not just the same thing. What's up, Wakanda Figure Slayer? Yeah, giant bowl of Frosted Flakes. You guys get a little bit of cereal ASMR, maybe. I am indeed crunching on some Frosted Flakes. I'm so hungry. That's right, I'm almost done. What are you guys' favorite cereals? The Frosted Flakes for me are just so simple, but they taste so good. Probably the amount of sugar they load into these. What's up, your boy Shade? What's your favorite cereal brand? Or kind of cereal? The colorful ones with the two cans, the W response, those will be Frosted Flakes. Or no, these are Frosted Flakes. They'll be Fruit Loops. Fruit Loops, yeah. They are good. Okay, we're all done. Now we can get back to the custom. I don't know if it's just me, but do you guys like have does your nose run after you eat cereal? I don't know what it is, but it makes my nose start running, which is really gross. But anyway, in case you wanted to know. So I'm so tempted to just assemble this guy right now. I really want to see what it looks. Yeah, I'm making a cell-shaded Scarlet Spider, exactly. I'm using the Mess Toys body because I think this is the best Scarlet Spider there is. And I really wanted that SH Figure Arts one from the Across the Spiderverse movie, but the articulation on his butt and the articulation on this guy is insane. So, yeah, we're doing it on here. Here's what we got so far. Got the heads, all slightly different like that. The arms look pretty good. This one more so. Then all I have left to do is his back, his legs, and yeah, and the rest of the hands, I guess. There's so many hands that I gotta do, so this might take a little bit, but yeah. I'm gonna start on the back now. So I'm gonna try to find a good reference. Okay, I've got one that will do, I think. Where am I? Oh, there it is. Okay. The acrylic paint dries out so quickly, it's fine. If you cook, I'll sub. I'm trying to cook, bro. Okay, I'll take that deal. I mean, I think I already cooked so far, but I guess you want to see the final product, which I understand.
We'll see if we can finish it today. Basically, what I'm doing is kind of outlining the muscles, because that's what cell shading is all about, you know? So, yeah, outlining the muscles, using references from the SH Figure Arts version, as well as comics, the movie, etc., etc. The only thing, I wish I could take this belt and move it, because it's kind of in the way. I don't want to get black on it on accident. Yeah, these heads look pretty dang good so far. So we got this one. If it would focus. Okay, I guess it's not going to focus, but you get the idea. This one's all black. I don't know if I like that. You know, back of it's obviously red, but I might peel off some paint on that one. This one looks pretty cool. I like this one. This one is his angry face. Oh, shit, no. Damn. But yeah, this figure is just so good. I really like what they did here. Mess Toys is probably my go-to brand right now for Spider-Man figures, because Mafex are just, I mean, I love Mafex figures. I have a couple of them on the way, actually, but they're too expensive for using the same like sculpt every time. And like obviously Mess Toys is even more egregious with using the same sculpt, but at least they're like $35. So the third from this one or this one? Which one? The angry face or the regular one? Because I agree, those two are the best. But which one? Angry, yeah, that one's really good. What's up, Figureverse? I hope this looks sick. If it doesn't look sick, I'm gonna be real disappointed. But I think it'll be good. So far, I think it already looks pretty good. It's all about just, you know, finding a good balance with the, you know, highlights and the shadows that you're adding, because you can very quickly overdo it, and I don't want to overdo it. I think this head is an example of overdoing it. I used a reference that had an all black face, and I don't know, I just don't like how you can't really tell he's supposed to be red, you know, because it's very important to me that this reads as the Scarlet Spider, not the noir spider, you know, not the black spider with red highlights. It's supposed to be a red spider with black highlights. So we gotta make sure we are prioritizing the red and keeping it in there as much as we possibly can. Okay, so now we're gonna do his butt. The thing I did not like with the SH Figure Arts one is that instead of, you know, giving some nuanced shading on his crotch piece, they just went all black with the front of it and then did a little bit on his butt. But I don't know why they went all black here, because it makes it look like he's wearing a Speedo. And we all know how many action figure brands have complications with this this area of the figure. I mean, think of SH Figure Arts. Gotta get that shaded booty. For sure. For sure, gotta get that shaded booty. But yeah, you know, SH Figure Arts in their infamous thong piece is very controversial. I'm trying to see, is there a better angle for this that I can use? Okay, we're gonna go under the butt cheek to give it some shadow. Under the butt. That's where, you know, the shadows would be catching, I think. I've seen some other people doing this same kind of process on Instagram. I thought I'd try my hand. I kind of always knew that I was going to try this once I got this figure in hand, so happy to throw my towel, or not throw my towel, but throw my hat in the ring, you know, step up and do it myself. I also don't want to make it look like he done, dookied his pants. That would be bad, but hopefully it doesn't look like that. Trying to get a delicate balance here of using different references, using the Scarlet Spider SH Figure Arts one as a reference, but also not, because I don't want it to just look like that one. I want it to look like a mixture of all the possible outcomes, so that's, as original as possible. I also kind of like when there's like these red streaks left in there. I think it gives it a little bit more character. But thank you. I appreciate the glaze, you boy shade. Do you have any Spider-Man action figures? And if so, which one? Which one's your favorite? I gotta know. Let's get some black underneath his belt line, because this is gonna be where, the shadows are catching here. Let's see if I can move it up so I can actually get under there. I think it's pegged in the back. Okay, well, that's right. We'll just paint it right here. I got one is the Maximum Spider-Man Marvel Legends. That's a great Spider-Man. Hold on. In a second, I'll get up and show you my Spider-Mans. But I also have the Maximum Spider-Man. It's great. Okay, so that is his butt. I don't want to give him, I don't want to highlight his butt crack too much, but just a little bit. Okay, there we go. It's looking so good so far, I think. Okay, I'm gonna set this guy down. Let's go check out my Spider-Man collection. I'll show you how I got my Maximum Spider-Man set up. Let's see here. Okay, let's go. And let me get rid of this random Q&A thing. Why won't it go away? There we go. Okay, let's go. So we got Maximum Spidey right there, doing his thing, fighting Doc Ock. Don't mind all the fingerprints on this thing. It's kind of hard to open without touching it. So that's my Maximum Spider-Man, punching him. I did just order one of those Far Rule custom head sculpts. I don't know if you've seen those, you boy. But they look great, and it's going to make him look more like the Todd McFarlane style. And then up here is really my Spider-Man shelf. I guess I can't rotate it that way. So you've got, Miguel, Sentinel, Peter B. Parker, Miles Morales, SH Figure Arts, and then the Rebel Tech, or not Rebel Tech, but Symbiote Spider-Man from Mess Toys as well. This one, I painted the feet blue, so that's all I did. Is that Miku you saw? You are 100% right. There's Miku down there. There's the Blockies Miku. Super cool. This shelf is kind of just miscellaneous. I wish I could turn my phone, but it's not letting me. The shelf is miscellaneous. You got, some Marvel, some DC, Team NT. And then you've got my anime shelf with a ton of different fingerprints on it. I really need to wipe the inside of the glass. It usually doesn't show up this bad if I have the cabinets open. And then you've got my Avengers section, which really needs to expand quite a bit. I'm hoping to add some more figures there. I did customize this Thor. If you check out my page, there's a reel showcasing that, or a short. And then the X-Men, pretty limited, but I'm also not the hugest X-Men fan. I just really like the main guys. Magneto, Wolverine, Cyclops. The Silver Samurai is pretty cool in my opinion. And then, the Spider-Man shelf with all his different villains fighting him. I just got his Carnage in. Love this figure, so good. Yeah, these My Hero Academia figures are pretty peak. Let's see if I can open this just so there's a better view. Yeah, I love having this trio here. I really want to get... I have Shigaraki on pre-order. The SH Figure Arts Shigaraki. That one's pretty cool. But
you know, I love My Hero Academia, so I knew I had to have these guys. I was able to find the Bakugo for a pretty decent price, and I've had this guy for a long time. But yeah, that's my display. Also have like more. There's also Batman up here. It's kind of hiding in the light. But yeah, if you want to check out more, I got a bunch of videos on my page. Who's your favorite My Hero Academia character, you boy? My favorite character's gotta be All Might. He's just the symbol of everything awesome. The only problem is that I don't have an All Might figure because the Reveltech one is way too expensive right now. And I really want SH Figure Arts to make one. But yeah, Bakugo's really cool. That Bakugo figure, pretty darn cool. Pretty awesome. The thing that would make it better though, and the thing that I do not have, is the option parts set. I don't know if you know what that is, but basically SH Figure Arts dropped a set of effects to go with Deku and Bakugo a while back when they released. I never was able to pick that up because I wasn't even really into collecting at the time, and so I've been screwed ever since by not having any explode or any like super cool effects to give them, which is a huge shame. Thanks, you boy. Have a good one. See you around maybe if I do another live stream. Thanks for coming in. Let me see if I can. Okay, so we're painting his left leg. Anybody else in the live stream got some Spider-Man figures? Let me know. Which one's your favorite? I'd be interested. Big Strain Things 6149. You do custom figures too? Bet. I'll have to check out your channel after the live stream. I would do it right now. Actually, you know, I can do it right now. Let's see here. I'm gonna do it on my laptop. Let's see what you got. Oh, wait. Big, okay. I guess I gotta look it up. Big CS Train 6149. Yo, Avery Arch in the chat. Who is that? I did not know who this person is. Why can't I find?
big. Can I go to your channel? Why won't it let me go to your channel? Oh, where I copied and pasted it. Perfect. Big C's trains and things. So do you do custom train figures, or what kind of customs do you do Big C trains? Oh, your Instagram page. What's your Instagram? Feel free to shout it out. All right, bet. This is kind of like one. I mean, I've recently gotten into customs, and I just basically do a little bit of painting here and there. So not so much super customs, but. Yo, what the heck? Avery just sent $2. Wow. Thank you so much, Avery. That is much appreciated. Mucho gracias. Nicholas Gonzalez. Yeah, I do collect Marvel Legends. I have a huge Marvel Legends collection. If you guys look at my page, I have some shorts as well as videos kind of showcasing it. I was just over there, so maybe in a few minutes I'll go over there and show my collection again, but I'm not going to do it right in a second. I have mostly Avengers Marvel Legends, X-Men, and then Spider-Man villains, and Spider-Man, of course. I have the Marvel Legends Maximum Spider-Man. What's your biggest grail that you want? That's a great question, Avery. I think it's got to be the Reveltech Amazing Yamaguchi All Might. What's your favorite character from My Hero Academia, Avery? I was just talking about My Hero Academia with a guy that left a little bit ago. If you guys become members on my channel, you have access to priority commenting on my videos, as well as some exclusive members-only videos and other things. There's like different tiers as well. I just want to throw that out there, plug it. How is this looking? Avery says, I want the Toga SH Figure Arts figure. That is a W, and I think it's going to be probably the best Toga figure out there. I know the Figma one. I think there's a Figma one. Is there? I don't know. Actually, I'm thinking of the Reveltech one. The Reveltech one is pretty all right, but definitely has some QC issues, and the face looks more accurate on the SH Figure Arts, as per usual. Reveltech does a great job with articulation, but they don't really get the faces right too often. Figure Arts sometimes struggles with articulation, but always has good-looking faces. They're kind of like Nendoroid, where it's like a spitting image of the character from the anime. Do I have any tips for beginners on painting figures? Yeah, my tip would be to just kind of go for it, You can pretty easily get the paint off the figure after you've added it. Depends on how many layers you're doing, but, with this is just acrylic paint. I can pretty easily peel this off with an X-Acto blade, or I don't know, there's probably other methods as well. So, just go for it. Use a reference if you are creating something that, already exists, and also do it on cheaper figures. So this one's only $35. If this was the SH Figure Arts one, which is like $90, I don't know if I'd be doing all this, but yeah, definitely, get into it, just practice. It would help to know your way around a paintbrush, so maybe try painting first. But yeah, there's not too much pressure to be perfect unless you're really worried about messing up the figure. But that's why I say, start with some cheaper figures early on. What kind of Marvel Legends do you have, Nicholas? What's your favorite Marvel Legends figure you own? Or what's the majority of your Marvel Legends collection? Without the head, he looks like Tengen from JJK. This? It's a very, bizarre reference, but yeah, he does have a really square neck, if that's what you're referring to.
I do see it.
Dude, his neck is so long. I was showing earlier on the stream, if you have even his head on, his neck is like the longest neck I ever did see. I don't know why it's like that, but it looks pretty funny. It's coming out pretty nicely. I'm very happy with this so far. I keep having to add more black paint though, because it's running dry really quickly. That's what the problem with acrylic paint is, it dries up real quick, but I think it's the only one you can use on action figures. Actually, it's the only one they recommend, I'm pretty sure. Make sure you guys check out my reels on my page, as well as try to follow my Instagram at Owen Draws and More. Should be an underscore after Owen. My favorite in my collection is a Walgreens exclusive Mr. Fantastic. That's a great figure. I've always wanted to get a Fantastic Four display going on, and I was thinking about buying the ones from the movie, actually, the MCU Marvel Legends. What do you think about that movie, Nicholas? I thought it was pretty good. But yeah, I would love to have a Fantastic Four display going on. I don't have one so far. W Avery for plugging the Instagram. That's where I post a lot more content. A lot of my reels, as well as my TikTok, which should be linked on my Instagram if I'm correct.
I liked the movie. It was really good. I want to get those figures too.
Yep. I 100% hear you. I think eventually I am going to get those. You know, I'm gonna spend the money. But right now, I bought too many figures. My girlfriend's mad at me, and I need to save. So that'll be for something to consider for this summer. Do you have any Spider-Man figures, Nicholas?
I can relate to that, lol. Yeah.
It's tough out here. You got to be sparing with what you spend and pick your time. Right now, I've been collecting a lot of my live action kind of superhero grails, you know, influences from childhood. And so I have the in-art Dark Knight Batman on the way, as well as the Mafex Snap Iron Man. So, you know, Robert Downey Jr. when he gets down on his knees and does that snap. I got that on the way. And then also, I was able to find for a pretty good deal on Instagram the Mafex Tobey Maguire Spider-Man. And so those are my three, you know, childhood superheroes, live action. So those are the ones I wanted. And I'm super excited for all of them to get here. I'm going to have a really nice display. I honestly don't know what shelf I'm going to put them on yet, but I'll figure that out. Okay.
I don't got too much of Spider-Man. I just started collecting again, so my collection
Isn't that big yet? What's your I guess I already asked you what your favorite figure is, but do you usually just collect Marvel Legends? Do you have any other brands? Do you have any figure arts in there? My collection is a lot of, I know it's a little bit bigger than you might have just said. You said, you know, you just started again, so. But my collection has a lot of different anime figures as well as comic book figures. I think that's fun to have both those spectrums. I like watching anime, so it's obviously why I have those figures.
coming out nicely. I don't have any SH figures yet. I do want some, but they're a little bit yeah, they're definitely a little bit more pricey
than Marvel Legends, and that is why I do not have as many of them either as I have Marvel Legends. I started out collecting like a few months ago, probably like getting close to, I'd say 6 months ago now, and I was really focused on Marvel Legends right away because they're cheaper, so you can get more. It makes you really happy to have a bunch of them come in. But then I realized I really got to focus on the characters I actually want. So then after I built out a large Spider-Man villains display, I refocused my attention on really important Marvel Legends to me, and then I started getting some of those SH figure arts, Mayfex, Amazing Yamaguchi, some of those more expensive ones, and just really focusing on characters I actually really like. So
I think it's kind of a natural process. Big C trains things. I'm a big Gundam model kit and Transformer collector.
Dude, I recently kind of got into Gundam model kits through my brother, who I kind of inspired him to start collecting with some of the figures I had. He said he liked like the Deku and that sort of stuff. And then he went out and got a Gundam model kit, and he did it. And it's the first time I've ever seen one of them in person or had experience with one of them. And so really cool. I think I myself have got to get into that as well. I really want to. I haven't done so yet, but I do have some Gundam Robot Spirits figures.
Do you know anything about that, Big C?
The Robot Spirits are just like the SH figure arts versions of the model kits. So you don't have to build them, but they're still really fun. Look really cool. I really like those. I got the original RX-78 and then also a Zaku for him to fight. Have you seen the Gundam anime, Big C Trains? Okay, I'm trying to find a better reference for his bottom legs because right now I can't really
see his bottom legs in this. Do you collect? Oh, you just collect the model kits? Yeah, that's all right. Big C. Those are pretty fun.
I like the Robot Spirits ones. Actually, let me know, Big C. Are the model kits? Do they have articulation on par with action figures? Because my thought process was always that the Robot Spirits are more for people who like to pose, and the model kits are more for people who kind of like to display. Is that true? Is that a correct assumption or no?
Do you collect other figures besides Marvel or DC?
Yeah, I have a ton of anime figures. I have a ton of, I have Hatsune Miku, who's obviously not Marvel or DC. I have Leonardo. And yeah, so I have TMNT, Hatsune Miku. I have the Storm Arena Ryu. So, that guy's not Marvel or DC either. And then other than that, I think those are kind of my only ones besides the anime collection as well. Okay, so now we're doing this bottom part of his legs here. What's your favorite, Big C, are you a fan of the classic designs from Gundam, or are you more, what's your favorite show of Gundam? Or era of their designs, maybe is what I'm trying to ask. Because my brother is really liking the model kit he has, which is a lot more extravagant than the original RX-78, but I'm kind of partial to the classic designs. I think I like it because it looks like Transformers, and I'm a fan of Transformers. Don't have any Transformer figures, but
yeah. Some Gundam kits can pose like crazy. For example, the Real Grade God Gundam is the best.
I did not know anything about that, actually. I did see me and my brother went to like a Gunpla store while I was visiting him, and I did see some real grade ones, but I did not know that they were. Is that kind of the thing that sets them apart as real grade, or I heard the grades are kind of based on like how detailed they are. Is that correct?
I say the wing designs, but I also like the classic 79 designs. Awesome.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are really fans of the Seed because a lot of people grew up with Gundam Seed, and so those are the ones that sell a lot from what I've seen. But I really like the classic ones. I think it's just because they're a little bit more blocky. They look like Transformers. Have any of you guys seen this movie
That I'm kind of.
painting here, basically? Across the Spiderverse? Anybody a fan of Across the Spiderverse? It's basically my favorite Spider-Man. I wouldn't say my favorite Spider-Man movie, but it's definitely up there for me. I think my favorite Spider-Man movies would probably be the Tobey Maguire ones. Probably Spider-Man 2.
But yeah, Across the Spider-Verse, Into the Spider-Verse, love them. There are grades from SD, HD, real grade. I don't know what the MG one means. And then perfect grade.
I do really like how cheap all the model kits are. You know, like you can buy a bunch of them and you still have money. Unlike Robot Spirits, which are gonna put you back $60 to $100 usually. So that part of it is obviously not the best, but. High grade is easy to build. Is that what the HG or H stands for? High. I think that's what I've heard. So do you customize those then?
Big C.
Are those the figures you were talking about customizing? Is
Avery still in the stream?
Yes, from time to time. It's awesome. So when you customize them, are you just going in and adding some more finer paint details, or what kind of customizations are you doing? Because I know a lot of those are those ones that require paint. I'm pretty sure some of them do at least. I know a lot of times people will paint them up a little bit nice and really go all in on that sort of thing. So here's another question I have about the model kits. I know with Robot Spirits or Tamashii, Bandai, whatever you want to call it, they have a line that is specifically devoted to being as close in line with the appearances from the anime. Is there a sort of thing like that with
The
model kits? Is there like a line that's anime based versus? And real grade to me sounds like it's supposed to like kind of create the Gundam as if it were real life. Is there a line that's supposed to look like the anime specifically? Custom paint them? Yeah, sweet. Yeah, I think I will definitely have to get into model kits at some point sooner rather than later. But yeah. I'm basically almost done with this guy, and we just have the front of the legs left. So And then his legs, I suppose. Or not his legs, his extra hands. I don't know if you guys can see this giant pile of hands here, but got to do all of those, which is going to be a pain in the butt. But it'll be worth it.
Real grade means that it's the Mecca.
But in the style of real life. Okay, yeah, so that's what I thought. So which grade is closest to how they look exactly from the anime? Like, you know, there's not a whole lot of detail because it's animation style, you know, like that. Do they have a grade for that? Okay, this brush is a little bit too watery.
Other grades like entry grade, high grade, and sometimes master grade are
Anime accurate. Okay. I see. That's pretty cool. What's your favorite Gundam? Like, is there a specific design you're drawn to? I really like the Heavy Arms Gundam from Wing. Not familiar with that one, but I'll definitely look it up right now and check it out. What are you saying, Multi? You're talking about the new Thor Maximum figure? What about it? You're saying you like it, or?
If you want my opinions, I have plenty
about that Maximum Thor. Okay, I'm looking at the Heavy Arms Gundam from Wing. Wow, I like that color scheme. Is the red and yellow? Looks pretty cool. I really do like how Gundams have just like a buttload of guns.
like they have a ton of guns. Yeah, do I like it?
I think the Maximum Thor had potential, and I think it doesn't. It's not gonna be a bad figure, I'd say. I think for the value you're getting, a pretty good figure. My only problem is that, for one, it's not the look that I would have liked. It's not, you know, the classic Thor that I would have liked. I don't hate that design for Thor. I just would prefer him to have his arms out. And I really do not like the faces on that figure. So those are kind of like the main drawbacks for me. Just the faces, you know. I don't like how ugly they are. He looks like he has Botox. But overall, I think it's a pretty good value for what you're getting. But yeah. What's your favorite Marvel Legend in your collection? Ooh, that's a tough one. Well, right now, I would say it's probably, well, a recent favorite of mine that was kind of a sleeper hit. I was not expecting to be so good. I would say is the Carnage that I ordered. It's one of the older ones. It's not even the new retro carded one with white teeth. It's the older Carnage that has the absolute Carnage, I think is what his name is, head. And that one is just a sleeper hit because I was not expecting it to be so good. It's an older figure, but his articulation is amazing. The sculpt work is beautiful. The head sculpt is perfect. And yeah, just overall super pleased with that one. Other than that, though, my all-time favorite Marvel Legend I have right now, I think, has got to be the Gamerverse Wolverine. Wolverine is one of my favorite characters just from growing up watching the X-Men Fox movies. And that Gamerverse Wolverine just nailed it. Like, it's obviously based on the Marvel vs. Capcom game, so it looks quite different than the Fox X-Men or Fox Wolverine, but it just looks good, and it has insane articulation. So yeah, that's my favorite one. What about you? What's your favorite Marvel Legends of all time that you don't have? Because I know you said that your Mr. Fantastic is your favorite one you have. What about, like, what's your biggest Marvel Legends grail? Let's do that. Yeah. Also, I'm gonna rip this off because this is not looking good. See, look at that. I just rubbed that paint off completely, and it was easy peasy. So that's why I say, get into there, do some customs. Not too bad. Yeah, the classic look would have been way better, and the face looks kind of weird. I like the little Throg. Oh, the Throg is a must-have almost. I'm not going to say that actually because I'm not going to buy the figure just for the tiny Throg statue, but Throg is such a funny character. I loved that they included him. Yeah, Throg is awesome. That alone almost made me buy the figure. The real question is, though, do we think that, since the only real figures that are utilizing that double ball joint system in the waist and then the upper torso is that Wolverine Gamerverse one and the Maximum Thor? We did see that he does have that system. So do you think we're going to start seeing that transfer into all Marvel Legends, or is this just going to be a Maximum thing and the occasional exception like that Wolverine? I'm really hoping that this becomes the standard for all Marvel Legends, because I think if it does, Marvel Legends is so back. Like, that articulation with that Wolverine is insane. And all they had to do to make it perfect is just, like, give him a boot swivel. So if they're able to somehow, pull that off with just a standard release, oh my God, we could be back. Especially for the, price, the value of Marvel Legends. Even though sometimes they got some terrible products, they're cheap, so more people are going to buy them. I don't know if it counts, but I really want the Galactus HasLab. Yeah. The Galactus HasLab is something I recently saw in person for the first time. I didn't see it. I saw the box for it, and I literally had to take a video just because of how insane it was to actually see the box for that figure. That is something that is talked about so much in the Marvel Legends community as a grail, and so seeing it in person, I was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm witnessing this. But yeah, I would also really want that. That would be amazing, and if I had that, I would 1000% have to start a nice Fantastic Four collection.
Reminds me of the little Wolverine slug figurine from Mojo Pack.
Those like the little tiny figures that came with Mojo. I think I've seen those like once. Those are pretty funny. Like, I don't know the context because I don't know Mojo's storyline, but those were funny when I did see them.
Okay, this guy's coming out nicely. My bro has the HasLab Giant Man.
Dude, your bro is kitted out then. That's awesome. I also really want that HasLab Giant Man. I think that really makes it level Avengers level threat. I almost just said. No, but that makes it like a insane Avengers display just having that guy. Okay. One leg done, I think. My friend is a complete degenerate for buying that thing. He hides away from his own family. Yeah, how much was that one going for when it was, regular retail price? I know now it's probably hundreds and hundreds of dollars. I'm sure it was at least 150 back then, maybe. But yeah, I support him. That's an investment that you might be embarrassed of, but I'm sure he is glad that he has it now instead of trying to find it with the aftermarket prices it goes for. That's if he picked it up on release, I guess. So maybe he did find it for a terrible aftermarket price, and then maybe he should be a little bit ashamed. $700. Wow. When will you do another action figures collection showcase? Well, considering I just did one a little bit ago, probably not super soon, but I will probably do a video of, because I did get a few action figures yesterday. I got that Carnage Marvel Legends one I was mentioning earlier, and then I also got Toji SH Figure Arts. So I definitely am going to do a video where I place. I also got this the Symbiote Mess Toys, so I am going to do a video placing them in my collection somehow, making a nice display with those guys, just kind of adding them in there. So I think that'll be like kind of a collection tour video, not in the entire collection, but it'll be a good portion of it. So I think that's, I guess, the next time you can expect one of those. Okay, I gotta find another reference here because I don't want to give him the diaper. You see, I think SH Figure Arts was actually going off of the official Across the Spiderverse concept art for Ben Reilly, because right now, what I'm looking at, he does have an entirely black crotch area. So I guess I can't blame them for following concept art, but I think you gotta also realize when the concept art is leading you astray, which is what I think it's doing here. There's a couple little dots that are not supposed to be around here, but I think I'm going to just take my X-Acto knife and cut those out once I'm done. I just don't want to do it right now because it's still wet and it's kind of hard to hold the figure when it's wet. I think even something like this, just like a half black crotch, such a weird thing to say, but is even better than just like, whatever SH Figure Arts did. My most expensive figure is the CCS Toys Mazinger Zero. That costs in the aftermarket between $400 and $1,000. Dang. You know what? If I were you personally, Big C trains, I might sell that, to be honest. If it's going for that much, it will be hard to convince me that I love it enough not to take that money. But that's just me. Maybe I'm heartless. I don't know. But yeah, that's insane. Good thing you're able to get that. I'm trying to figure out what even is
Mazinger Zero.
What franchise is that you're talking about there? Okay. I think this leg is done. There's definitely some spots I need to clean up, but that leg is done for now. So now I'm going to take a little break. A little tired. Yeah, I'm hot right now. I don't know if it's just my apartment or what, but I'm sweating. It's probably because I'm so focused on completing this. Thanks, Nicholas. Yeah, my drawing series, I was trying to think of different ways I could incorporate both my passions into my Instagram account.
And if for anybody else that wants to follow that maybe wasn't here earlier, it's Owen_draws and more on Instagram. And from Instagram, you should be able to find my TikTok, which is oskibroski163. But I was trying to figure out ways to incorporate my drawing as well as my action figures, and I thought, why don't I draw them? Because a lot of my art is based around drawing from reference, and so I have perfect references right in front of me. So yeah, I appreciate the support and appreciate you letting me know that my drawing skills are good. I appreciate that. It's always nice to hear some compliments. So yeah, I need to get back to that. I got to finish my Hatsune Miku one. I just kind of got sidetracked by all these different action figures coming in, and I wanted to customize them first. So, yeah. I'm hopefully going to be able to finish this
Figure this customization before I have to go to my class at 2:30. All I have to do is paint his other leg, the front of it, and the hands, and then cover them all with a matte coat, and then it should be good. So I'm pretty close to the end game now. We're in the end game now. Anyway, I'm gonna look up Mazinger because I have no idea what that is. Mazinger Zero. So these look like Transformers, kind of. Paint job is coming together. Yes, it is. Here's what we got going on. We got the front leg, the back, the abs, the hands, the head, all that good stuff. It's coming together. Mazinger Zero. Okay, so it says to me that it's a powerful, sentient, and destructive evolution of Mazinger Z. But what is Mazinger Z? Are these robots, or are they... are these robots, or are they mechs that are piloted by people? Mazinger Z is an anime from 1972. I did not know that. And Mazinger Zero is a manga. That's so cool how many different franchises, mangas, animes exist out there, and you just have no idea, which is just baffling to me. But it's also pretty cool that there's that much content out in the world that people can, like or have interest in that you might not even know about. It just always goes to show that your favorite franchise could be something you never heard about yet. That's kind of how it was with Naruto for me. I say that Naruto's my favorite franchise. That's probably not true, but it is the anime that introduced me to anime, and I was a proponent of hating on anime. Well, I didn't actually do any hating on people that watched anime, but I definitely thought it was weird, just like most other people did. And then I watched it, and I was like, wow, it's actually not weird.
Well, actually, I don't know if that's true. It is definitely a little bit weird, but it's not what I thought it was. Is the moral of the story. Let's bring this leg out, actually. I want to get...
Good angle. Do you have... Oh, Mazinger is a piloted mech. Sweet. So...
Yeah, kind of like Gundam. Plenty of other things. The Megazord from Transformers. Or not Transformers, Power Rangers. So did Mazinger inspire Gundam, or what's the relationship between when all these things came out first? Because I know that Power Rangers is kind of inspired by the Japanese show, which was probably inspired by Gundam, or maybe it was Mazinger. I don't know. What's the first mech anime or show, manga? Do you have any kids? If so, do they ever try to mess around with your figures?
No. I'm only 20, so I don't have any kids yet. But once I do, they will probably try to mess around with figures for sure.
And that's why I am going to try to figure out a way to keep my collection somewhere where they maybe can't reach or something like that. I don't know. Once they're older, I would like to allow them to mess around with my stuff, because I feel like I don't want to be like Lord Business from the Lego movie. I don't want to be like the dad who doesn't let his kid touch anything from his collection. But also, at the end of the day, these are expensive, and the kids don't recognize that value. So I also don't blame people for not letting their children near their collection, even if they are older. Because, at the end of the day, you spent the money on it. So you're not obligated to let anybody else touch it. But I think I would like my son to, or my daughter, whoever, to be interested in this stuff too. Okay. Mazinger Z is a super robot, and Gundam is called Real Robot. Strongest mecha in fiction. That's insane. My daughter's always trying to get to my figures. How old's your daughter? Your siblings love to play with them and maybe even break them. That is true. Avery is my girlfriend, in case you guys hadn't realized at this point. So she's in here supporting me. But yeah, she knows. My siblings, they do love to mess with these and make me frustrated. Yeah, my little brother, accidentally, so I don't blame him too much, but just a little bit. He accidentally broke my Ling Ji-hun TMNT Leonardo. So if you guys are familiar with Ling Ji-hun TMNT figures, they're pretty expensive, and they're really high quality, and they look nice. And so I was pretty upset. He ended up breaking the sword holder, whatever that thing is called, scabbard. The X-shaped scabbard. The good thing is it does come with two, so I still have the regular scabbard for him to put his swords in, the regular sheath. But yeah. Okay, I'm not loving how that just turned out. My daughter is always trying to get to my figures. I already read that. Which figure is your daughter's favorite? Has she ever grabbed one and seemed to like that? Your sibling? Yeah, okay. My daughter's 1 year old and 3 months, and she's broken a lot of my WWE Ultimate Edition figures. So she's a fan of wrestling, huh? That's pretty funny. Yeah, 1 year old and 3 months, that's going to be hard to convince them to understand the value of these things we have. So yeah, that's the age that I would definitely, if I had children of my own, I would keep them away as best I could. Which I'm sure is easier said than done.
sometimes it's hard to control this paintbrush. It just like flies around because it's going over to the musculature, and then you know, will hit a divot, and then it has nothing to grab onto, so it kind of flies to the next part of the figure that's raised.
You and your brother are WWE fans. Great. Now you guys got something in common, Nicholas and Big C Trains.
I recently kind of became not necessarily a fan, I would say. It's not that I'm not a fan. It's just that I haven't really followed it. But I recently saw all this stuff about people retiring, like John Cena, and watched some of those things. So, you know, I've always been in tune with it just because of the cultural impacts here in the U.S. But yeah. Who's your guys' favorite wrestler? If you say somebody I don't know, I'm sorry. Like I said, my knowledge about WWE is not very much. Oh, say does the star-spangled. Okay.
I personally like Rob Van Dam.
You see, I do not know who that is, but I'm sure they're a great wrestler. W selection. Curious how this paint behind the kneecap is gonna hold up, because actually it doesn't look like the knee ever touches it, so it should be fine. I just was worried that the knee would kind of scrape that off. Maybe it does a little bit, but at the end of the day, I say that a lot. At the end of the day, it's fine if it scrapes off a little bit.
You had mentioned you were 20. At what age?
At what age did I start my collection? Well, that's funny. I started it at, well, actually, I was going to say I started at 20 just this year, but then I would kind of be lying because I did buy some figures during my freshman year of college. I bought the Figma Gojo from Jujutsu Kaisen, if you guys are familiar. And then I also bought the SH Figure Arts Deku and the SH Figure Arts Naruto and the Marvel Legends Spot from Across the Spiderverse. So technically started my collection at like 18 or 19, but those were the only figures I bought then. Really every single figure after that, which is the majority of the ones I have, because that's only like 4 figures or whatever, every single figure after that I bought this year. So yeah, I really went ham this year and started collecting heavy. Spent a little bit too much money for sure.
But you know, I was really excited to get into it
because it was something I'd never done before, and it was exciting to me.
My favorites are Stone Cold, Kane, Undertaker, Triple H, and Braun Strowman.
You see, I know quite a few of those ones. So, yeah, I like Undertaker. My frame of reference for him is Fortnite. He's in Fortnite. I think that's pretty hilarious. Fortnite truly has everybody. This is looking really nice in my opinion, actually. You know, every little stroke I add is actually making me like it that much more. It's not perfect. It's not a factory level paint job, but that's really hard to get with somebody who is an amateur at painting figures. Well, from what I got right now, not too shabby, not too shabby. Yeah, that game is too far, lol. Yeah, Fortnite is... I thought like there was a lot of collabs a year ago, I would have said. Now they're doing an insane amount. Like every single week they have at least 2 collabs dropping, and that's... I do think there's a certain point where it gets too much. I'm all for playing as funny haha characters from all sorts of different franchises, but when you don't even really focus on anything other than that in your game, then you know that you've gone a little bit too far. Because that's really all they're starting to promote nowadays. I mean, the story is kind of making a comeback, so that's awesome, but yeah. I need a reference of the side of his body. What's a figure you were excited to get but let down when you unboxed it? It's a great question. Let me set this guy down real quick because I need to find a better reference for the sides of his legs. And then we're basically done. But what's a figure that I was excited to get and let down when I unboxed it? Let me think here. I'm gonna take a long, I'm gonna bring the camera over to my display just in case you guys haven't seen it yet. But first of all, let's check out what we're doing here. So what I'm using as a reference, shout out Supersonic Racer 64. And you've got the heads, the arms, the hands, the figure starting to come together. But anyway, let's go check out the collection. Let's see if I can find one that I was disappointed when I got it. So, hold on, let me open the cabinet doors. Otherwise you just see a bunch of fingerprints. Try to open it. Oh my gosh, it's so hard. Okay, let's see. So the top, is there any of them I was disappointed with? Shockingly surprised at how good this guy was. This guy was amazing. Mess Toys Symbiote. This guy was awesome. Got it for a Christmas gift. This one I was really excited for, and I was slightly disappointed with just because the seller I bought him from on Instagram didn't really mention that his waist articulation was super, super loose. But I also bought it used, so that's not really a good example of the question. That's the knockoff one, so that one, I wasn't expecting that much. That guy's pretty good. Let's see. I'm trying to think, because a lot of the ones that I was disappointed with, I did end up selling off. I'd say this guy I was super disappointed with. That was just because I thought I wanted him for some reason. I saw him, I was like, I got to complete the collection. At the end of the day, I don't really have a strong attachment to Chameleon as a character, and the figure is a little bit plain, so not that obsessed with that guy. I just realized my Electro is falling over, so that's not good. Let's see, who else could be a disappointment? Well, I know everybody hates on the Maximum Hulk, so that one will be a good answer for that, but in my personal opinion, I actually wasn't too disappointed. I didn't have any other Hulk figures, and he's pretty good, He has some problems. He should have been better. He should have more articulation in his arms rather than just the single jointed arms. But overall, I still think he's pretty good. The heads, though, are not great. Let's see. I'm really trying to think here. I guess this Shinobu,
I got, she really has quite bad articulation in her waist and her elbows. So yeah, that's a good answer for that one. I was expecting her to have the same articulation as Tanjiro and Zenitsu and all the other Demon Slayer figures, including Rengoku, because they have the same kind of uniforms. But since she's smaller, I guess they went with a different articulation system, and she just did not get that much forward crunch. And her elbows are only like not even 90 degrees, so that's pretty terrible. And then down here, I was really disappointed that this guy's visors didn't stay in. I know that was a problem that a lot of people talked about, but I was able to kind of heat it up and fit them a little bit better. So they do stay better now, but yeah, that was really disappointed right away with that. And yeah, I think that's it. There's that TMNT Leonardo I was talking about, the Ling Ji-hun one. I did end up drilling a hole through the blade, so that was my bad. But yeah, I'd say that guy or the Shinobu. Probably most disappointed with. Okay, let's go back. Gotta check out this guy still, Toji. Nicholas says, such a dope setup. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I've done a lot of work to get it there. I guess not a lot of work, but I've done a lot of purchasing to get it to the point where it's at now, and I'm pretty happy with it. Really, all that's left for me to kind of complete it in my mind is those live-action superheroes I was talking about. So Robert Downey Jr. with the snap hand, going like that. The Dark Knight in-art Batman, and then the Mafex Toby. Those three were my childhood. So once I get those, I'm basically happy with my collection until all my things on pre-order come in, that is. Okay, so now I need to paint the sides of his legs. Or this one's already done, but this one's looking a little blank. So let's find a good reference for this. So look up Scarlet Spider. Just subscribe to your channel. Thank you, Nicholas. I appreciate that. Every subscriber helps because I'm trying to get to 1,000 subscribers, and at 1,000 subscribers, you get like monetized ads on your videos. So that's my goal. And then I'm also trying to grow on TikTok and Instagram if you want to follow those as well. Trying to find a good reference here for the side of his leg. It's a little bit harder than you might expect. I guess not a lot of people like to draw him from the side. Kind of makes sense, I guess. Everybody drop down in the comments, what is your favorite superhero and why? Everybody that's watching the stream, let me know. Mine would have to be Spider-Man. I think that's kind of obvious with what I'm doing right now. Spider-Man because he is somebody I grew up with as a child, watching all the movies, the Tobey Maguire ones, and he just embodies selfless heroicness. Okay, I think I might just free ball this leg because I'm not finding a good reference here. We're just gonna dip this, go at it like this. Okay. I like Quicksilver and Ghost Rider. You know what? I appreciate the niche responses. You know, not that that means it's a bad thing. I'm just saying, like, you didn't just say one of the most popular superheroes there are, so I really appreciate that. And yeah, Ghost Rider is super cool. I really want a Ghost Rider Marvel Legends. I was thinking about getting that blue one with the red bike. I think that looks so cool. I just didn't do it because I don't know. I was just trying to save money at the time, and I prioritized buying other figures instead. Maybe if he goes on sale, which I think he might, considering the popularity of the other Ghost Rider figures from Marvel Legends, they have always been on sale. I think I'll cop him.
Toby is the best. I don't care who else they pick.
Toby was the best Spider-Man. 1000% agree with you there, Multi. Toby is my Spider-Man, and he's the Spider-Man in my opinion. I can understand, you know, growing up later than the 2000s when I grew up, and then therefore choosing somebody like Andrew. But, you know, Toby is just like, I thought he was hilarious. I love the unique take on his costume that they did with the raised silver webbing and the very angular eyepieces. So, yeah. Toby's just awesome. Okay. I think we're getting close to being done. Okay, I'm gonna bottle up this paint, even though we're gonna need it for the hands. I just want to assemble this guy. I want to assemble him. I have to wait for it to dry, actually. Hold on. I want to put Mod Podge. I'm gonna put Mod Podge, which is my matte sealer, on his torso so that I can put his hoodie on and kind of get a look at what it's gonna look like. Because then all I have to do is the hands, and we're out of here. It's been a nice live stream. I'm gonna set an alarm for 20 minutes.
I need to do something in 20 minutes. Okay. Hair dryer on cool setting to quick dry. Wow, Avery's dropping the knowledge bombs.
That is much appreciated, Avery. I'm gonna go dump out this water and maybe grab the hairdryer.
Yeah.
Avery, what character from fiction, anything, like would you want an action figure of your most desired character from a single thing in the world? And you might be tempted to say something from something that already exists, like My Hero Academia, but I want you to think outside the box on this one. Like think like Animal Crossing, I don't know, just something that is not obvious. Marvel Rivals figures. It's a great answer. I'm hoping that the Marvel Legends team actually goes all in on those, because I know that's rumored. Okay, I'm adding the Mod Podge. Might look bad at first because it kind of starts out white, but it does dry clear, so you can't see it. This is basically going to give it a protective layer so that it doesn't peel so easily. It's not perfect. I would rather have an actual protective spray, but I don't, so Mod Podge will have to do for now. Cloak and Dagger figure. Yeah, I wonder how they would do that. Have it be 2 separate figures or like a 2-pack or something like that. I mean, because one of them is not going to have legs. It's going to need like a stand. I think they could find a really cool way to... I think Cloak and Dagger almost works better as a statue. I think I've seen some dope Cloak and Dagger statues because you can find a way to anchor him to her, but statues aren't as fun, I know. Everybody else in the live stream, let me know down in the comments, or I guess in the live stream chat, what character from fiction do you want most an action figure of that doesn't exist already? Let me know while I'm customizing this guy. Sometimes you gotta be careful that you don't get too much Mod Podge in the creases because it does kind of clump up, and then it might not dry if there's too much. So you gotta make sure to spread it on as light as you can. See, that was a lot. That was probably too much. Good thing is you can take the brush and kind of lift it out of there. Spread it out maybe. I don't know why this live stream made me like go you know, portrait mode. I guess it's because I'm live streaming on my phone. They wouldn't let me go landscape, but you know, it shouldn't really make a difference in my opinion. I have a camera on my phone. I can still go landscape mode. Just a little bit of a shame because you're only able to get this one view, which might not be the most optimal because you're able to see less of what I'm doing, but hope it's all right. Okay, so that's the top done. It'll take a little bit to dry. Let me move on to the ab area, and I just flung a bunch of Mod Podge all over my desk. I guess I'll just do the legs. I'm just gonna do it everywhere, obviously, but I'm doing it out of order. We're running out of, so I gotta refill the Mod Podge. Don't want to get any of it on this metal because we do not want that to be matte. Because this is going to make everything matte. So it might also make it look a little bit more premium. I know a lot of times when people add matte coats to their action figures, they look a little bit more premium. So maybe that's what's going to happen with this guy. We'll see at the end of it. It's not necessarily my intention, but it'll be a byproduct because this is a matte sealer. So yeah, the neck area has dried mostly. There are some little spots that I kind of dig out, like I said. Like that. I've been painting this guy for quite a while. Over 2.5 hours, I think. Probably gonna make a reel with the final results, and we'll obviously show them on stream here, but probably make a reel showcasing what it looks like, do some cool poses with it, that sort of thing. How's work going, Avery? It's getting hot in here.
Are you a fan of the NECA horror movie figures?
Yeah, I've seen like the Michael Myers and Ghostface and all that sort of stuff. I'm a fan of horror. I don't really have a spot for that in my display, so I haven't picked any of those up, but I think they look cool, and I think it's pretty fun that you're able to get kind of figures for those guys, you know. But, you know, I would maybe get them someday if I was able to get some more space in my display. I really like Michael Myers as a villain or character, whatever you want to call him. He's definitely a villain. So I'd probably get him if I got any of them. Also maybe the alien and the xenomorph. I'm trying to remember what I've done so far on this. It's kind of hard to keep track once it dries. Do you have any of those, Nicholas? Do you have any of the NECA horror figures?
I have Michael Myers in Fortnite, so I got, I'm pretty sure NECA announced they were doing the Fortnite.
Horror figures.
So like you got the NECA, the actual ones based on the movies, and then you have NECA also doing the versions from Fortnite, which are based on the movies. So it's like a little bit overkill. I don't necessarily know why they've done that, but they are unique translations of their designs. So there is something to be said there, I guess. I'm really gotta make sure I get every single part that I've painted here because I don't remember really the parts I've done on this leg yet.
I just have a Creepshow figure because Creepshow, one of my favorite movies.
Remind me again, what is Creepshow? What's kind of the how might you identify that to somebody who doesn't remember? That's not Jeepers Creepers, is it? I mean, I definitely recognize the name Creepshow. I'm just not remembering any identifying factors of it.
Scarlet Spidey is right. Darth Alba. Darth Alba. There we go.
Yeah, we're customizing the Mess Toys Scarlet Hero, I should say, to give him some comic cell shading. Also, basing it off of the Across the Spiderverse movie version because that SH Figure Arts one, articulation not too good. So I decided to do my own. Now I'm gonna do my own thing.
Fine, I'll do it myself. Thank you, Darth Alba.
Yeah, the custom Thor was really fun to do. I mean, you say it's a work of art, but I really didn't change too much on it. Just basically painted the legs and then added some chrome marker on the pauldrons and the helmet, but I really appreciate that. Very high praise. Glad you liked it. Yeah, it was so fun to do, and it's exactly what I would have wanted from, like you said, a maximum Thor figure. I do hope we'll get an updated Thor.
Because even though that one is looks good, articulation's a little bit
But it'll do for my purposes of my display. But yeah, I would love to have the maximum Thor's articulation on that figure. That would be amazing.
It's an anthology movie. It's like a short
films. Okay. Yeah, I guess I just don't remember that. Is that on Netflix or is that older? I'm just in such anticipation of seeing this guy all kitted up and all put back together. I'm so excited to see what it's going to look like. I think it's going to look great. Okay.
It's an older movie from 1982.
Okay. So yeah, maybe that explains why I'm not so familiar with it. I'm pretty young
You know what my favorite horror movie is, though? You want to guess? Because this was also older. 1987, I believe. Probably my favorite movie of all time, actually. See if anybody can guess it in the chat before I say. It's an absolute banger. I think Avery knows the answer, so hopefully she doesn't respond. Just because that would make it too easy. Exorcist? That's a great answer, but it's actually not Exorcist. Let's see if anybody else can guess. I'm pretty sure it came out in 1987. And some might not like say it's a clear-cut horror movie. To me, it is. It's a thriller. There's tons of horror aspects to it, so it's definitely a horror movie in my opinion. It's got one of my favorite actors in it, just because he's so manly. I'll say it in 30 seconds if nobody guesses. Evil Dead? No, that's another good guess. Okay, I'll clue you guys in. Actually, I want to make sure it's the release date I think it is. Oh, it was not 1987. That's probably why I'm throwing you off. Maybe, okay, I'll tell you the year, 1982. 1982 is the correct year that I was supposed to be saying, and I was wrong. I'm sorry. But maybe you'll be able to guess it from 1982. Can anybody guess it? Ten seconds and I'll say it. It is The Thing. John Carpenter's The Thing. This movie is phenomenal. If you have not seen it, sorry, I kind of spoiled it for you, Nicholas, who's going to keep guessing. But if you've not seen John Carpenter, but yeah, Scream 7's out. And I just realized I forgot to do an assignment, so that's not good. But yeah, I guess I'll have to do that assignment after this. I'm a big fan of the original Scream movie. Other ones after that, I actually haven't really seen too many. I think I've seen Scream 2, and I watched Scream 6. So I was kind of getting back into it when that one came out, but yeah.
I don't know. When you have that many movies, it's hard to keep them all good. Kurt Russell is just such a cool character in the thing. I think his name's like John McCready. He's just like the most dude you've ever seen in your life. He's got long hair, flamethrower,
Hoodie.
it's just a dude. Okay, this is just so painstakingly long of a process. I understand if you guys dip out and check back in for my shorts or something, because, or my Instagram page or something like that, because yeah, this is taking a long time, and I don't know if I'll be able to finish it on stream. I'm so close though, that's why I want to like power through. It's just like getting all this stuff on there. It's basically like repainting the figure again, and so it's like double the time. Also, if you guys know of any like matte protective sealers that you use for customizing figures like this, let me know, because I would totally be interested in buying one, because this one, you know, having to hand paint it on sucks. If I could just spray a sealer on, that'd be perfect. Okay, and I think his body is done, if I'm not mistaken. I'm trying to see if any spots still catch the gleam, which means they don't have a matte coat on them, which means I forgot it. Obviously this stuff needs to dry still, but pretty sure I've covered the body with
Mod Podge. Tamiya TS80 clear flat lacquer. Have you used that yourself, Multi? Is that one, you know, something I can trust, or have you heard that one mentioned, or what's up? Also, is that one on Amazon? Yeah, because I'm thinking of getting more into customizing action figures. You know, I do paint them now and then, but you know, doing more hardcore customizations could be fun. I thought about like repainting some head sculpts and that sort of thing. Okay, so you use that as your sealer.
Perfect. Are you doing the kind of the same thing? You sealing action figures you've painted, so it works pretty well. I think. Okay, most of it's dried, so I'm gonna put this hoodie back on. We're gonna get finally a good look at least this main body area. Cause I don't want to put the arms back on until I seal them. But I can put this back on, check it out. And I think this is really going to complete the look right here. I mean, obviously, if you don't have Scarlet Spider without his hoodie, then what are you doing?
That looks good.
Right there. That's perfect, man. That's awesome.
So this is coming together really nicely. I'm going to put that right here. Maybe I'll lay it down so you guys can look at that while I keep going. Time to Mod Podge the heads now, because I want to get a head on there. We're working through the process of getting the whole figure assembled.
This kind of feels like a block keys construction.
Because, you know, we're assembling the figure ourselves, but... Okay, so I'm going to keep the... See, yeah, I got a little paint on the eye, the white of the eye there. I'm going to try to peel that off. I like to prime with white primer coat, then basically custom paint job. Then that brand I seal with. I'm always satisfied with the results. Okay. You know what? I should probably look more into the actual process because I don't prime or have a really good sealer. I don't even know if this Mod Podge actually does the job, but you know, it's because I'm pretty amateur right now. I'd definitely love to look more into it and get the actual process going with the proper steps. So what is the primer for multi? Does that kind of just like I've heard that it has too much Mod Podge. I've heard that it helps the paint adhere better. Is that what it's for? Something like that. I'm gonna be very careful not to get it on the eyes because I still want the eyes to be glossier than, or at least not matte. If you're watching the stream and you haven't subscribed yet, make sure to do so. I would appreciate that. We'll be coming out with some more content soon, hopefully. And then you can also follow my Instagram at Owen_draws and more. And then my TikTok is OskiBroski163. Should be linked to my Instagram. And there I post more action figure content, also my art. Don't post a whole lot of art on YouTube just because I feel like it's more akin or more of a better match for the short form content, but the question is, do I want to... I wonder if I should go all the way around with this Mod Podge to make it the head matte, or if I kind of want a little bit of a shine. Not sure. I'll just go around the front. Okay, and then I need to take this brush and get some of this excess off there. Okay, we'll set this one to dry. Looks like there might be a little bit too much Mod Podge on there, but figure it out. And then this one, I'm gonna chip away at this mouth part area. I don't like all this black paint here. Just a little bit too much black paint. I'm gonna turn on a little YouTube video in the background.
Enjoying the hell out of this one.
Let me know if the audio is too loud for the video versus my voice. But I'm watching Robo Don't Know. You guys follow him on YouTube. Okay, I'm gonna turn it down a little more.
Dude in suit or
But
But it is a
yeah,
damn
just watching that little
fun
YouTube video on the
game.
side
Something
here.
that's exciting of the Monster Force offerings. There's the zombies, and there's vampires, and Frankenstein types. But when I got this one out of the package, I thought, whoa, okay. Pretty damn nice. Now I hear you, Marvel Legends did give us a new suit body recently, and I've been stocking up on them with Matt Murdock. But on top of this just being a new suit body for Operation Monster Force, it also gave us updated articulation in the double elbows and knees, where they are just smooth as butter. So that means that the Operation Monster Force general figure is just as nice with some new overlays. And I guess it's kind of interchangeable. I could have said the general too, but there's something about this demon look, and with the yellow eyes and the pitch black skin and hair, all the days. And of course, we're going to see this body more with the future Big Bad Workshop lines, but that's okay because of how nice this figure is. So yes, I chose a guy in suit, a demon in fancy dress, for one of my top 10 of 2025. With that. Coming in at number 8 is the Hasbro Star Wars Black Series Chewbacca. I know this is a redo. Believe
Okay, so we're getting this head sorted out. I almost like that better. Let's just, let's go with that. See if I can get off a little bit more of these paint flecks. With maybe some water, would that do the trick? Let's see here. Okay, well that didn't help at all. Guess I'm gonna have to go in with my X-Acto knife and just strip it off. Okay, there we go. That'll have to do. Maybe eventually I will kind of paint it red again. For now, that's good though. If anybody's in here, still spam a 1 in the chat. My network is kind of glitching. I don't know if you guys can hear me. Avery Arch is still here, spamming 1s. How's your shift going, Avery? Are you just do you have me on the background or what? My YouTube is not loading on the TV. I don't know why. Awesome sauce. Okay, that head looks great in my opinion. Let me see if I can test the internet connection, just figure out what's going on here. Can you guys still hear me? Let me take this down real quick. Avery, do the math. How much is 199 minutes? That's how long I've been live for. That's a long ass time. It's like 3 hours and 10 minutes, right? Three hours and 20 minutes. Okay, turn my YouTube back on. Yeah. There we go.
Spring is in bloom in Michael's. Get up to 50% off trending decor, floral, greenery, and more.
Smooth. I can feel it on the ice, on my skin. Venus gets it with ultra short blades for that ultimate feeling of smooth. That's when I don't just skate, I fly. Feel the power smooth.
Avery, I just saw an ad. Alyssa Liu did a Venus ad on my YouTube video. That's crazy.
It's kind of, oh, I'm going to choose this as one of my favorites, but somebody's not going to like it. Because you know me, I love sculpt and paint and articulation. It's going to kick its own ass. And except, I thought, could I put it in like that? But I just never got around to gluing it, which is a very simple solution. I guess if you do pull it off, it does look like the vintage figure. Maybe an homage to that, which makes me okay with it on some level, but at the same time, I'm probably gonna glue this down. And then it's the ultimate Chewbacca. It's better than the imports. Again, I know not everyone's gonna agree with that, but we all have our quirks. We all have our wants and needs and preferences. For number 7, here comes the Mess Toys Superior Neighbor. I know this is a bootleg.
Yo, Robo Don't Know just said his number 7 action figure of the year 2025 is the Mess Toys Superior Neighbor, which is Superior Spider-Man, which I don't really have a frame of reference for, but he looks pretty cool.
Oh, yeah. That just tells you everything you need to know about this character. But on top of that, one of the companies that Mess Toys borrows their designs from is Kyoto with their amazing Yamaguchi line and the Revoltech joint system. I used to be hot and heavy into those because of the crazy posing you can do, but I've fallen out of Revoltech over the past few years because of, 1, everything that's releasing these days, and 2, a couple of releases did have a frustration level to them. Well, depending on who you ask, a lot of the figures had a frustration level. It's what I always say with Amazing Yamaguchi. You either love them or you hate them. There's hardly any middle ground. This figure brought me back to those days. Now, it still has those same gripes that I've always had with the figures, but because of the content, of the context, the figure, the character, what it was trying to emulate, oh, they did such a fantastic.
What's up, P Butt Nutter? Okay, bro. That name got me. That's funny. You can see what we're doing here. We just customized this Mess Toys Scarlet Spider, turned him into more so the Across the Spiderverse look. There's some paint I gotta peel off here though. You know what? Whatever, I'm gonna keep that actually. So yeah, it's not perfect, but pretty proud of how it turned out. I'm sealing the heads right now. Gotta seal the hand or the arms and then paint the hands still. Sure, yeah, that's what we're doing. How's your day?
also saw the cartoon back in the day. So that kind of runs crossways in my brain. Ultimately, I went with the Tamashii Nations, and I'm glad I did, because once I got it in hand, completely happy. Oh, don't get me wrong, I've seen the Mezco reviews since, and it's good.
Have you had a chance to get your hands on this Scarlet Hero Mess Toys figure, P Buttnutter?
The Bandai does.
Or are you not a Spider-Man fan?
That it is clean, but not as clean as I originally feared. Plus, it fits in with the rest of my display. Not that Mezco wouldn't, but NECA is a little larger. Bandai goes with my Star Wars, goes with my Marvel, MCU stuff. This seems more my speed, so that's why I'm picking it. Plus, it finally gives me a Beetlejuice in the collection, and I'm pretty dang happy about that. And number 5, Golden G.I. Joe Classified Series Snake Eyes from the Polar Bear 2-pack. As nice as the Polar Bear is, I'm not adding it to this list because I'm going to save my cheat for later in the video. You knew it was going to happen. You did.
What the
That there were probably better G.I. Joe Classified Series figures coming out this year. But as far as getting me right in the heartstrings, I'm gonna go with this Snake Eyes because cartoon. It's a design and a color scheme.
Dude, I think my toe just cramped because I've had it in the same position this whole time.
Wish listing since the inception of this series. Now it's been classified up. It's been modernized a bit, mostly because of the reuse needed to get this made. That we see that a lot with G.I. Joe these days. But then there's the cartoon style gun and the canister and the pink hands, the radiation. Oh man, it's just silly, silly good fun. Plus the Snake Eyes. Can you boot off a Snake Eyes?
What's up, Hustles?
Top 10 list? No.
How's it going?
That Snake Eyes look, that's really all I have to say, really.
We're making this custom Scarlet Spider, turning him into the Across the Spiderverse look, or just the version with cell shading. So we're kind of in the tail end of the process here. I'm just sealing up the arm with some Mod Podge so that it doesn't chip super easily and rub off.
It'll clear. It'll dry clear, so it won't look like this. Let's get some more Mod Podge in there.
But at the same time, it's also not as a human form as we're used to. So concessions had to be made. Just getting
All my fellas.
That's what your chat reminded me of. All my fellas. Dun, 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 dun.
with so much joy. But then they went and put all the paint that I wanted on there. They could have skimped like they did with Savage or a couple of other releases this year, but no, they went all out. And
Okay.
it was a good move
This
on
arm
Hasbro.
looks done. Thank you, thank you. The hoodie, I did nothing to the hoodie, so all the shout outs should go to Mess Toys for that. I did not touch the hoodie. I wish, but no, that hoodie is just as it was. But yeah, the hoodie is fire. It's like the only, I shouldn't say it's the only cloth goods one we have, but it's cloth goods, which is a lot better than what SH Figure Arts did and had their hard plastic hoodie, which was just stupid on their part.
Pampers Fathers keeps babies dry.
BioLife knows there's something incredible within you. Life-saving plasma. Donate today and get paid for your time.
I was thinking about like customizing the hoodie to give it some cell shading to go in style with this, but I don't think I will just because I don't know how to actually paint on fabric. I think you need some sort of fabric paint, and I just don't have that, so
Star Wars Black Series has been
we'll leave it as is, at least for now, until maybe we get some stuff.
purchases go, but the figures I have gotten have all been great. But Sebulba comes out on top. Most of the things I said about the SH Figure Arts Beetlejuice, I'm going to say again about number 3's Mezco 112 Collective Deadpool from Deadpool and Wolverine. We had so many choices for this character in action figure form this year, and I bought most of them thinking I was skipping out.
Yeah, you're right. This is exactly what the SH Figure Arts should have been. It's such a shame that it has to be something we create ourselves, because man, did they sell the bag on that figure. Like, oh my gosh, I don't even understand what their thought process was with that articulation, and they really sent it out like that. Just atrocious. I know some people have been able to customize theirs, the articulation, to make it a little bit better, but you shouldn't have to do that. And I personally prefer the kind of proportioning of this guy a little bit better anyway. Obviously, the paint job is going to be more clean on that factory product compared to my custom one here, but
You know,
it'll be comparable to the naked eye, I guess.
The pleather and other things, but at the same time, this has a lot more presence. I feel it really stands out among those other.
Hustle, do you have any of the Mess Toys Spider-Man figures?
From this exact appearance, no. Damn it. I do love movie Deadpool.
I have this one and then the symbiote.
This is the cream of the crop in my display at the moment. And I guess all that same logic applies to the in-art action Dark Knight Rises Batman coming in at number 2. The toy gods know that we've had our fill of this version of the character over the years. Companies have done this to death over and over and over and over.
but Peter B. Parker gets soft goods rub. Yeah.
Everybody gets soft goods except for Scarlet Spider. Really make it make sense. And in my opinion, this is the character that probably needed the most because it's so tight to his body and it inhibits his ability to crunch forward, which is what Spider-Man does the most. So, yeah, they really messed up their prioritization there. Dude, Bandai does some stupid stuff sometimes.
And I just don't understand the thought process there.
The skin tones, the eye paints, the torso that is segmented to
Okay, I'm gonna put the head on. I kind of like this head the best right now.
the figure itself. Yeah, there's
Oh yeah.
so much to love about this.
She's looking nice.
Now, you can't beat a good
Look how this guy has such a long neck.
standing around.
He looks so funny without his arms. He's like a long torso.
This just lays so naturally.
But,
There's still something
yeah.
to be said about a weighted cape in this scale that works as good as this one does. I looked over at the in-art Catwoman and thought, "Oh, she's damn nice too." But then I realized that didn't release in 2025. Technically, I got it in 2025, but it's an early review sample, and I don't know, that feels like cheating. And choosing between the two, yes, Catwoman is amazing. But that wasn't as big of an achievement, it feels like, as Batman himself. That seems like it needs to be on the top 10 list somewhere. Before getting to number 1, I could throw runners-up in here, because the list kind of went on and on.
Thank you, Avery. It is looking fire.
Independence.
I don't own any of the Mess Toys Spiders for now, but plan on getting the exact same one you're customizing.
Do you think you're gonna customize yours, Hustle, or you're gonna keep it as is? I was tempted to keep mine as is, but yeah, I thought I might as well just try it.
This year. And there's nothing hit me harder than finally getting super articulated, nicely sculpted Scooby-Doo characters. That's been on the wish list for years and years and years and years.
It's really just personal preference, to each their own, whether or not they like the cell shading of the comics or let the shadows do the work in your display.
I don't know what to say here. I'm kind of speechless. Other than, oh man, it makes me so excited for the future. They've already announced Scooby-Doo for Wave 2, and there's Daphne for Wave 3, and monsters in both waves that are looking amazing. If this goes 5 waves, I'll be happy. If it goes even further, I'll be ecstatic. But at the moment, I'm enjoying the hell out of Wave 1. And
Okay, so we're basically done with coating the arms here.
I need more.
Just want them to dry fully before I put them on.
An environment. I need places to put this display, a haunted house facade, a trap door, the hallway with doors on both sides, just running back and forth.
And we gotta get all this extra stuff out of here.
First, I need the gang. And
You see, that's exactly what I did, Hustle.
I accidentally bought 2. I bought one, and then I must have pressed buy twice or something. I have no idea how I bought a second one, but yeah, I got one. I have it listed on eBay right now because I was gonna keep one to have be the regular stock version. And you know what? Maybe I will. We'll kind of see how I feel about this one after I'm done customizing it. If I don't love how it looks, might just take that one off of eBay, keep that one as well. Because this could work for a Across the Spiderverse display, and then you have your regular Scarlet Spider in your comic display. That could be a great way to do that. We'll see how I handle it, but there's that. I'm just gonna Mod Podge up these bad boys here.
Would you want a list? Great. Let me know. This is just what I got.
My eBay name is, I think it's OWKU1. Hold on, I'll find it real quick. It's Oku something, I think. I do have them listed kind of high. That's because I'm trying to see if anybody will buy at that price. So it's, yeah, OWKU Oku 99. I have it listed for $60, which is way above the retail price. I think they might still be in stock on the Mess Toys website or whatever. So yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to see if anybody will buy it at 60, so I can get my money back from it because it takes a little bit to ship. I'm probably gonna drop it down to like 45 in the next few days, perhaps. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if anybody makes an offer for it. It's brand new though. I didn't even take it out of the box, so. Yeah, I'm in the USA.
You eat a big meal, you handcuff yourself to a bed, and you swallow the key to the handcuffs, and you cannot leave that area until you pee out the key. And then you can get it and then unlock it and get it.
But yeah, this Mess Toys Scarlet Spider is absolutely peak. Like, it's so good. You can do so many nice poses with it. It's probably my most articulated Spider-Man figure. I'm pretty sure it's a little bit more articulated than the Marvel Legends one I have, the Max one.
Young movie shooter with the 5,000 bits. AK's will love you to read my previous bits. That's why stream's always been a part of my life and routine. Yo, movie shooter, I got you. AK's my girlfriend and I've been watching since February of 2024. Today's our anniversary. We booked a club at yourself. Simple. Well, that all we do. My girlfriend and I have been watching you since February of 2024.
Ever notice how most superheroes are painted in primary colors? Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I've definitely noticed Spider-Man and his villains and like their color schemes of like complementary, because Spider-Man's red, of course. All of his villains are green, so you know that complementary color scheme is satisfying to the viewer's eye. So I think that's why most of his villains are green. But no, I never really realized. You're 100% right though. Like Captain America is blue and red. Thor is blue, red, and yellow. Those are all three of the primary colors right there. Spider-Man is blue and red. Who else? Iron Man is red and yellow. You got a great point there. Who else do you have? I mean, Hulk is green, but that's just kind of his whole thing. So not every single one, obviously, but yeah, a lot of them are. Magneto's red. I'm looking at my display right now. Wolverine is blue and yellow. Yeah, I know green is a secondary color, but I'm saying that green and red are complementary, and red obviously is a primary color. I was just pointing out that the reason they made Spider-Man's villains green is that it complements the red of Spider-Man. Yeah, there are a lot of green and purples. Green and purple's a good color scheme. Trust me, I know my color wheel. I'm painting right now.
Something about this road feels odd. The trees seem too steep. Getting around.
I see you got a Naruto profile picture. Is that the SH Figure Arts Kid Naruto? Is that what I'm seeing in your profile? Because if so, I got that figure on pre-order for the reissue. I have the adult teenager Naruto SH Figure Arts one. Love it. Naruto's the anime that got me into anime.
You know what's crazy though? I would probably ignore it too. If there's a random radio station on telling me to turn back, I would most likely ignore it too. Think about it. Because you wouldn't expect that it was real. And so everybody would ignore that. Why would you randomly, y'all know what I'm saying, right? Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna put his arms in.
Dude, what?
Kid Naruto and Sasuke. I've heard that Kid Sasuke figure has some problems. What is your experience with that, Hustle? I still kind of want it, but his proportions are a little bit wonky from what I've seen. I know somebody made like a kit that made him the correct proportions and gave him some extra accessories. That looked really cool, but that's sold out, so I'll never really look at that. What's up, Cairo Clay Yama? Yeah, I think SH Figure Arts does have a great track record with the SH Figure Arts Naruto line. Here we're assembling it finally. There's a little bit of paint rub when I bend the elbow, which I expected. So I guess all this paint on the elbow is gonna have to not be on there after I bend it and stuff, which is a shame, but I expected it. There's nothing really you can do about that. The Demon Slayer line is better. You might have a point there, except, hey, Cairo, did you factor in the pricing versus accessories? And you might say Naruto doesn't really come with that many accessories either, but Demon Slayer is entirely based on their effect. And the fact there's no breathing accessories is such a scam. Like Shinobu, why is Shinobu over $100 in the US and she comes with like absolutely nothing? Make that make sense. I do have like most of the Demon Slayer line. I literally have everybody except for Giyu. So I'm probably on your side there, Cairo. But for the value of the Naruto line, I don't know. They got some banger figures. You're satisfied with Kid Sasuke, no QC issues on my end. Extremely great price. That's awesome. Glad to hear that. I might have to get that Kid Sasuke to go with my Kid Naruto once he comes in. Yeah, no breathing accessories is just, it's a travesty, to be honest. Like, it's so sad to me. That's why I ordered some acrylic effects to go with my Demon Slayer figures. Okay, here's the finished product. You know, I didn't paint all the hands yet, but... Okay, CJ, I got it. Oh, you made some effects. That's dope. How'd you make those? There we go. All painted up. You know, there's a little bit shoddy painting in some spots, but for a quick little amateur custom paint job, I'll take it. Yeah, you're 100% right there, Hustle. Like, why do we not have soft goods? I had to buy individual soft goods for all the figures I have, except for Shinobu. I don't have any soft goods on her yet, but... If you're doing homework, by the way, that's totally fair. I usually have a live stream going while I'm doing my homework. I even have Queso going right now while I'm live streaming, so that's pretty funny. Yeah, but here's the custom. I'm gonna take it. You know, I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. Thank you, Hustle. Appreciate that. I think this head might be my favorite. Let's see that one on there. Get off of there. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, CJ. Yeah, dude, the soft goods, sometimes they like just don't come. Like I ordered some soft goods for Nezuko, and the Chinese company that was shipping, it's a lot of the problem is that they're coming from all the way from China with these unreliable shipping companies. But they never came, and then I emailed them, they sent me a new one, and then the first one came. So now I have an extra one just sitting around. The next step is to do a nice little posing session with this guy. Make sure I'm in love with it, but yeah, man. Super happy with this, how this turned out. Yeah, I do have the Maximum Spider-Man. Do you have that, CJ? I think the Maximum Spider-Man's pretty good. I did order some Farul head sculpts from the Farul store. If you guys have heard of them, they do some great head sculpts, customs. So I did order some of those for the Maximum Spider-Man, just to make it a little bit better. But yeah, this guy's gonna go with my Spider-Verse display, I think. It's pretty awesome. Still have to paint these other hands, all of them, which is gonna take forever, but I might do that some other day. Sage, yeah, dude. I actually really want that Naruto Pain figure. I think it looks great. The only thing I wish is that he came with some sort of effect for like, I don't know, what is he? It's like Planetary Devastation or the Almighty Push. Like anything for that would have been awesome. Yeah, CJ, we were talking about earlier how much of a letdown the SH Figure Arts Scarlet Spider is. The fact that they couldn't give him soft goods to make his articulation somewhat passable. I do think I should also paint on the back of his head maybe, because it looks a little weird to have just red. Let's put the angry head on now. So here's his angry look. He's like, oh, I'm gonna beat you. All right, CJ. How many of the Naruto SH Figure Arts figures do you have, Hustle? Do you have a pretty big collection of them, or what? Right now, all I have is the Teen Naruto. I really want the Kakashi. I have the Sasuke, the new Sasuke, on pre-order, the one with the Chidori lightning effect on his sword. And the Chidori, I think he also has an extra Chidori, something like that. And then I have the Kid Naruto on pre-order. I think those are the only ones. I also would want Jiraiya. And Pain. And Obito. I want a lot of them. But for now, all I have is just the Teen Naruto. Tanshi Studios, what kind of... Do they make a variety of figures, or what kind of franchises do they mostly make? CJ's back. Bro's gone for like 1 second, yeah. Quick. The flash. Might do some more paint work on this crotch area. I know the SH Figure Arts has like a black diaper piece. I don't really want all that, but this is a little bit bare. Not sure. Favorite part of this custom is probably this arm. I think that looks great. And then the legs look pretty cool in my opinion. Or maybe even the heads. I don't know. I can't decide. Some of the painting could have been cleaner. Like this back, there's a lot of little tiny brush strokes that I'm not really the biggest fan of, but I'll take it. I'll take it.
I'm a perfectionist. Yeah, the cell shading.
Cell shading is awesome. I added it to my Bane, CJ. If you go to my Instagram or my TikTok, or I don't know if I posted it on YouTube Shorts, I might have, but my Bane, I added some blue cell shading to make him look like the comics, the Mafex Bane, and it looks awesome in my opinion.
I have all the Naruto line of what's been released.
Wow, so you're a real big collector of the Naruto line. That's awesome. They're worth it, you know.
Yeah, I'm totally waiting for a Rock Lee
as well.
Dude, Killer Bee.
That would be probably the most insane figure I think they could do.
Thank you, Big C. I see that you're back.
Yeah, here's the kind of the finished product. Looking pretty good. My biggest collection probably is my Spider-Man villains one, I think. Or just like Spider-Man in general versus the villains. I have the most Spider-Man figures. And then it's probably my anime collection, but like individual franchises, definitely Marvel and Spider-Man.
Dang, CJ, how did
both their legs break? That's hella unlucky. I just want to pose this guy up right now. I am worried a little bit about paint rub.
Since I did just paint him, but...
Soft Goods Naruto from Tunchi A. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I've seen some people paint their Gundams like that. I think that's really cool to have like the anime color and shading style.
I want to get like a
W pose going on, but I don't know what kind of pose I can do with just these hands. I really need like a web swinging hand painted up.
Tanjiro's leg came loose and snapped off, and Naruto was posing and he tried to take the leg off and it broke.
Dang, dude, I haven't heard of that happen too much with SH Figure Arts, so that's not good. That's like really unlucky. Maybe they're bad QC from the factory or something like that.
Ray Studios, he's done some Gundams like that.
I'll check that out. There's a star man waiting in the sky. And put the other head back on. Yeah.
Do you use clear coat spray?
I used Mod Podge matte
Sealer and finish.
It's not the best. I don't think it's necessarily keeping the seal very well, but it's what I have right now, so it's what I use. But I definitely want to get a better one. I think Multi mentioned it earlier, somebody in the chat, and I'll probably try to get one of those sometime soon. But yeah, that's what I have for now. either can't handle figs good or have really bad luck because Marvel Legends model around his arms broke. Yeah, I mean, I can understand that more so with the Marvel Legends, you know, not as high quality or at least price point as the SH Figure Arts ones are. But yeah, maybe you're just too rough with them. I don't know. I haven't had any major problems of breakage with any of my figures except for my Ling Ji-hun TMNT Leonardo, but that was because my brother was playing with it and he's only like 11 years old, so he wasn't as careful as he should have been. But other than that, I don't really have any problems with my figures breaking usually. But I also don't pose them around a ton, so maybe that might have been why. Ray Studios makes the best Gundam modeling shorts on YouTube. They'll always bring inspiration. Perfect. I got some homework to do then. Yeah, overall, really happy with how this guy turned out. He just has aura. I think I might end up keeping my Mess Toys Scarlet Hero, my second copy, because this guy has his own visual identity. Like, this is completely different than the base form one. So I don't know. I don't know if I can get rid of that one now. Okay, I'm gonna start painting his hands, maybe.
License and registration, please. Sorry, officer, was I speeding back there? You were. That stretch sees a lot of accidents. You in a rush?
Do I collect anything 1/18th? What's a good example of 1/18th? Is there any brands or figures I should know of that are 1/18th? Because I mean that's like smaller, right? Or yeah, that's smaller. I don't think I have anything that is smaller than 1/12th. Or I guess like the fake 1/12th size that SH Figure Arts and Mafex have, that are a little bit smaller than 1/12th. Yeah, I might just have to keep both of them. I'm trying to see if I got an attendance assignment for my class right now because I didn't go to class. I'm trying to do the chime in from home. But it's not showing anything, so I'm just going to assume that they didn't take attendance today or something. Yeah, I think SH Figure Arts is peak. They're probably my favorite figure brand. Yeah, either that or I am really partial to Marvel Legends just because I have so many of them. But like in terms of the characters and quality and accessories and all that sort of stuff, yeah, I mean, I think SH Figure Arts is probably my favorite brand just because I have so many of their anime figures. Oh yeah, the Joy Toy line I have heard of. I've heard of them. I watch Nostalgia Unboxed, if you guys are familiar with him. He's always reviewing the Joy Toy TMNT figures. I think they look pretty good. If I were to collect any other scale other than 1/12th, it would end up me getting more figures of that scale, and I really just want to try to limit the things I'm purchasing, so sticking with one scale is the best way to do that, you know? Because if I bought 1/18th, then I might want to buy some 1/6 scale figures, and then I'd end up in Hot Toys, and those are expensive, so I don't know. Nostalgia Unboxed does get freaky. But, I mean, most of the freakiness is kind of on the thumbnails. If you actually watch the videos, he's pretty unfreaky when he's talking about some freaky figures, which is kind of crazy that you can maintain, you know, that. Trying to figure out what I want to do right now. I kind of want to paint the other hands just so I can get them in some dope poses. I'm also kind of lazy right now. I don't know. You know what? I think I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna paint the hands. So let's go. We're gonna start painting the hands. Who are your guys' favorite action figure reviewers or YouTubers, content creators? You guys have any recommendations? I watch a lot of, kind of classics. Yeah, Nostalgia Unbox is awesome. I watch David Display's Model Behavior for all those videos. I love his energy. Shardamus for Marvel Legends reviews. I even watch Anthony Customs just to get a little bit of a perspective of a little bit more criticality. I think that's a word. Avery coming in with a David Display's Model Behavior mention. She knows what's up. She knows ball, as they say. SSR64, 100% CJ. I was just watching his video of the. I was just using his video of the SH Figure Arts Scarlet Spider as a reference, so it's pretty funny that you said that. Hot Toys is serious business. I'm afraid of those MSRPs. Yeah, it gets expensive real quick, and I told my girlfriend the other day that I bought a Christian Bale Batman figure, and she thought I was talking about the Hot Toy one at first, and so she was terrified that I had dropped that much money on an action figure. And I was like, no, it's just the in art. It's just $100. It's not $200, but it's still a lot of money. All right, have a good day, CJ. Thanks for stopping by. I like Anthony's Customs point of view. He's brutally honest, and his opinion isn't for sale. 100%, and that's why. Yeah, that's exactly why I watch him. It's good to have that point of view of a little bit more criticality and just giving an honest opinion about on the figures. D Amazing is pretty cool. I've seen a little bit of his videos. I saw him on Instagram. He was talking the other day about how he's not like a full-time YouTuber and that everybody's kind of asking him to be, which is a good problem to have. People will want more of your content, but he said he was busy with his other jobs. So Hustle, what else you got in your collection? So you got all the Naruto line, which is an insane feat to say. Pretty awesome. What else you got? You got some other anime figures or any Marvel figures? No? I gotta put this guy's hand on this pencil, otherwise I'm not gonna be able to hold it and customize. And paint, I should say, not customize. Yeah. Probably gotta go back. Hold up. Something ain't right.
powers up with peptides, hyaluronic acid, and vitamin C. Visibly reduces wrinkles, frows, and even tone.
If you guys want to buy a Scarlet Spider, just in general, I have the SH Figure Arts one linked as a product in this video, and so if you buy it from me or from that link, I'll get a little commission, which would be nice. Also, the Marvel Legends one is linked, which is a pretty good figure. There's no link for the Mess Toys one, which I'm doing right now, so that's a shame.
Good evening.
I'm trying to eat something. Appreciate you for the warning earlier, Gus. Thank you, man. Hey, how you doing? We're still open, barely. Sit anywhere you like. Thanks. Feels like I just walked into a time capsule. Yeah. Well, the future skipped us on purpose. What can I get you? Maybe a coffee first. You got it. Maybe a
Kaiju number 8, Dragon Ball, Jujutsu Kaisen, Hell's Paradise, Storm Arena.
Awesome. That's a solid collection right there. I have quite a few of those myself. I have Figma Gojo for Jujutsu Kaisen. I have Toji that I just got the other day, actually. Haven't even opened him fully yet. And then I have the Yuji from the Culling Games on the way. I'm assuming you've been watching Culling Game as well. And then I have some Dragon Ball figures. I have the SH Figure Arts Games Begin Goku. I have the I have Cooler, SH Figure Arts Cooler, the Earth or Lowest Born Saiyan Goku as well. And that's about it for my Dragon Ball. And then I have some My Hero Academia, SH Figure Arts, Demon Slayer, Naruto. I haven't been able to get into Mezco. I think it's just because I don't know if I love the way the cloth goods look usually. They're a little bit baggy, but I do understand the appeal. They have some high quality products, that's for sure. What kind of Mezcos do you get?
I'm a regular, huh? You help with that, I'll feed you the best cheeseburger on this highway. Okay, I guess I'll do it. I've been feeling a bit generous today, so here's the question I got after this though. Is this gonna be free? Or am I gonna have to pay on top of helping you? Ooh, it might be free. Oh.
Thanks, Hustles. Were you here earlier when I showed my collection, or did you go check out some of my videos? Can't remember.
Chad, which car do you think is mine? I mean, not the player I'm playing as. You think I got the white car or red car?
Also, what's your favorite of the Jujutsu Kaisen openings? This is a big question. It's very important to me.
Ma'am, where is this trash that you speak of? Oh, I just walked right by it. Oh, this isn't the trash. Ma'am. Ma'am, can you make the instructions more clear? I'm not sure what trash you're talking about. Am I playing as like a cylinder? Oh, maybe it's this. Oh, okay. Hey, I'm gonna get you that meal here in a minute, okay, sir? Thank
gotta be a little bit cleaner with this. Started with G.I. Joe Mezco, some Rebel Society, and currently working on some Grails. My only real connection with G.I. Joe is those old movies back in the day. You know, the one with Storm Shadow, whoever that actor was at the time, and then, yeah, I think he's a Squid Games guy. Yeah, the Squid Games, the front man was the Storm Shadow actor, and then Snake Eyes. Yeah, all the JJK openings are actual bangers. Like, I don't understand how they cooked that many times. I think my favorite's got to be Imatmo Awa Sunderu, the one from season 2, Hidden Inventory. That one just, it meant the most to me at the time, and it's such a summer banger.
You knocked me out from the diner. You were at the diner? I saw you take the trash out. I figured that'd be the only time no one was watching. How dare you, Gus? What's wrong with you? Look, I know this is messed up. It feels messed up. But there are things in this town you don't understand. You shouldn't have come back. I didn't come back. I stopped for gas. That's it. You're acting like I did something wrong. Yo, Derek is cooking, low-key. Not gonna lie, Derek is cooking. You did. You stayed. Even for one night. That was enough. Once you're seen, that's it. Does that mean Gus is part of the circles now? The betrayal of the
So how many of the JJK figures do you have, Hustle? Do you have quite a few of them? Or I know those are really popular right now. Everybody's trying to snatch them up because, you know, JJK is obviously popular right now because it's airing.
Gus is the circle. Okay. Seen by who? The ones who keep this place quiet. Who keep things working. Even when they shouldn't. You ask anyone who's lived here long enough, they'll never say that.
Yeah, I don't remember those movies being the greatest.
We're just part of the keep.
They were, you know, something I watched super young, so I don't even remember them that much. But
Not my call. I just bring
yeah,
others decide what happens next. No!
I had some G.I. Joe toys as a kid. But yeah, I was interested to see, like, you know, how is Transformers going to collaborate with G.I. Joe? That's my real question, because in the movies, wouldn't just the G.I. Joes get absolutely schmacked by a giant robot? How are they going to put up a fight if they are fighting, I suppose? And has this been done before? Like, is this precedented or anything? Like, how are they doing this? It's kind of crazy to me.
I fear I'm not going to stay here, Gus. Oh my goodness, we're in the back of the laundromat from the other games. Yo, you good, bro? Hey, you still with me? Yeah, not for long, man.
Some nice chill vibes
He hit something deep. I can't put
on
my
a
legs.
Tuesday afternoon.
Just stay awake. Look at it.
Dude, there was like no attendance for my class today. I'm so confused.
Took a Colt 1911 off one of his guys before they dragged me in here. Haven't had a shot I could take. Not with my legs like this. We're gonna have to shoot. We're gonna have to shoot us.
6 JJK figures, all SH figure arts. Aoi Toto started it all. Dude, that Toto figure is awesome. I love Toto. He's the best character in JJK. Changed my mind. Yeah, who's your favorite JJK figure?
One of us has to try. You don't hesitate. Not with a guy like Gus. Gus got aura. You see him, you put him down.
I really want the Figma Megumi because I feel like that one's the closest that looks like it is to his anime counterpart. I know the SH figure arts also is really good, but to me, I think the Figma captures his lankiness a little bit better, which I really like.
No. No. Gus.
Gato is the man. I like his design so much, especially from the movie with Yuta. That design just goes hard. I think if Toto wasn't my favorite, it would have to be Gojo. I know he's like everybody's favorite. He's pretty cliche, just the strongest ever. But I don't know. He got the aura, bro. He has it, in my opinion.
That was accurate honesty for me, by the way. I'm lucky to be alive today. If it weren't for that stranger, I would have been dead. Turns out everyone else in this town was part of the circle. Everyone? A cult that Gus started to get revenge on me after my DUI accident put him in. What? When did this happen? Chat, when did this happen? That wasn't part of the lore.
So you got the SH figure arts Across the Spiderverse figures, but you don't got Miles. That's pretty diabolical. You gotta get on that, man. I have the Marvel Legends Spot, SH figure arts Miles, CT Toys, Miguel. I don't know. Maybe you already saw them earlier. I don't know why I'm listing them off. But yeah, I really want to get the. I want to get that Spider Punk. That's the one that's for me next up on the list probably.
Tony was the architect of the whole gas station, which pretty much explains why he's the only one that works there. Tony wasn't on it too, bro. And we like Tony, man. This game is based on a true story. I almost guarantee you that there's no true story to where somebody
The Sentinel Peter B. Parker is also a figure I have that's pretty peak.
It's true. Maybe it's true. He was charged with conspiracy to kidnap, and his trial is still ongoing. The waitress, she was part of it too. She only got a fine. Man, I gotta say, I guess some places have been left undiscovered.
Dude, the way I be flicking these things off the pencil is hilarious.
That was actually really good. That was a good game with a good story. Unironically, that was good. No joke. Like, unironically, that was good. W Dance for putting me in the game twice, dude. That was actually great game. Chat, rate it on a scale of 1 to 10. What do we think?
Hustle, have you read the manga of JJK, or are you just an anime only?
Ghosty with the 5 gift. Appreciate you, Ghosty. Thank you. You guys wish you would guide me on it, chat. You wanna know why? You wanna know why you need to get you a guide me on? You wanna know why? Because it's spooky time. Based on a true. Wait a minute. Hold up. Lock in. He followed me. That sounds creepy. Let's go.
Already seen this video, no.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mark Millar, and welcome back to Resident Evil Requiem.
Anybody in chat been watching Resident Evil Requiem? I've been watching Jacksepticeye play it.
Bring the cherub. There I am. Oh, another bottle. I'm gonna have to use him pretty soon. He's trying something horrifying.
I've finished the manga. It's quite an experience, especially being there on the nights when it released. It was insane. I won't spoil it for you though.
Okay, once I take that, should be able to go back, put the fuse in.
What are your thoughts about this season right now?
We are not afraid.
Hustle. What do you think about the calling game arc so far?
Friendly. Are you friendly? Are you friendly? Insinuate something? You friendly? You trying to say that I might die here? Is that what you said? Yeah, you don't know who I am. That's what I'm afraid. Oh, I forgot I needed to read something. I got that other note that I wrote on the first page of. I don't want to read. No, you know what? No, I'm not doing that shit. What the fuck? Who's there? Who is there? Shadow Ghost in the hospital. What the fuck? Hey! You kidding me? You gonna do that to me? Good lord.
I'm almost done with the hands, and then I could finally be done. What queso video were you watching? I honestly have no idea. I was not paying attention to it like at all. So
Have you seen the shadow ghost staying from the light? No. Have you seen
it was one where he was apparently the villain in it, which is pretty funny.
Stay in the light. Thanks, kids. Thanks. Thank you. Great. To staff, I have.
Thank you very much, Multi.
The screwdriver is now in the toolbox.
Yeah, we gotta finish the last Jacksepticeye Resident Evil video for sure.
About that. So, what's the deal with this shadow ghost?
I'm not taking too much time on these hands. That's just because I don't know. I feel like they're gonna be inconsequential so far towards the overall look of the figure.
There's that hallway that was just
I can't see the
fight scenes peak. I'm loving every minute of it. I watch every episode twice. That's what I'm talking about. That's a real JJK fan right there.
Don't touch, dude. Oh. You know that doesn't mean much around here. Well, that's weird. That's fine.
Hope I'm not accidentally stretching out each of these hands too much. SH Figure Arts Cyclops. Well, that's a good figure, at least if that's your only Marvel figure.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm going. Oh, sorry, I'm just gonna go. There's a light over here. You're the ghost, right? You're the shadow ghost. You can't get me in the light. This is. Oh my God! Hey, it's light in here. What the fuck?
Ooh, I also have that SH Figure Arts Cyclops. I actually really like it. It was like one of the most fun figures I've ever opened because it was just like so many posing ideas right away.
They're really trying to scare them. What about it? Us, we're also us. We and what's your name? Chris. What's our name? I'm just gonna go now. Okay, good. That wasn't nothing there. Oh. I didn't try to use it. Where's that screwdriver? Easy. I'm very smart.
Have you ever heard of the Monster or Operation Monster Force line?
I haven't. What kind of action figures are those? Yeah, I'm not familiar.
Okay. Clearly I'm bugged. All right. Maybe if I don't move. Why aren't you moving? You were supposed to go that way. Oh, fuck, you're okay. Oh my god. Door! Man, we're really good at games. We're so good. We're so back, baby. Yeah, we're good at games. This is my top speed. I couldn't possibly go any faster. You can tell I'm running because I've got my lighter. Oh.
A world of basically vampires, werewolves, soldiers, and monsters.
So what company is producing that? Is it one I would recognize, or is that kind of just like one of those underground kind of action figure lines, or what's the deal?
All right, take 3, baby. That's
I think I might have heard of those. Those are kind of like those similar to Mythic Legions almost.
This is what it's all about. All right. Well, what was it?
We need to clean this. Big Bad Toy Store.
Oh, so Big Bad Toy Store themselves are producing that. That's cool.
I actually did not know that Big Bad Toy Store had their own action figures. Or, yeah, like their own line. That's pretty cool. Okay. So now I just need to get some Mod Podge on these hands, and I'll be done. I'll be completely done with my custom. Probably end the live stream there once I'm done. Been going for a long time today. Hope you guys have enjoyed our little conversations.
So used to games not doing the reflection. I really like it. God, this game looks good. They said it was in. You're not.
Where do you guys usually buy your action figures from? I buy most of my Marvel Legends from Big Bad Toy Store or eBay. I find a lot of my stuff from eBay, as well as Instagram. I've recently been finding great deals on Instagram. People just posting their stuff in sales posts, which you can find some great deals because it's all collectors, you know, and so they're not trying to scalp you. They're just trying to get figures into other people's hands if they don't want them anymore.
That was much bigger than I thought it would be. And the three-time champion of the world is going to
You say you like the Batman Hush line, Pop Mart. Yeah, I think the Hush figure looks great. I'm just personally more a fan of the plastic sculpt because usually you can get a little bit sharper muscle sculpt, and that's important to me. But I almost did buy that Hush Batman from Pop Mart. It does look great, and they were able to find a pretty good balance of keeping a lot of the muscle sculpt and also making it soft good covering. You always got to have a soft goods cape though. That is unnegotiable. Action figures without soft goods capes are just awful. Yeah, Big Bad Toy Store is great, and eBay. eBay, you can get pretty lucky if you do your research and get the right opportunities on there. Anybody here a fan of K-pop Demon Hunters at all? Because I'm looking forward to the Mattel K-pop Demon Hunters action figures. I think those are going to be pretty good. They come with tons of accessories, and I'm definitely going to buy the three-man girls.
Whether you call yourself an independent contractor, a gig worker, or a freelancer, TechSec calls you a friend. A friend who just wants to hang out once a year to get taxes. TechSec. Let's get them over with.
Decide to leave. Enroll in ROTC to become an Army officer. We've heard weird stuff before. This feels
Secret guilty pleasure. It's alright, bro. You do not have to keep it a secret. I am 100% on board. I don't even keep it a secret. My laptop literally has stickers of the main trio on it. It's just good music, bro. It's good music, good animation, pretty good story. I love it.
This is not good. F, climb up. F, climb up. All this for a screwy Dwight. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. That's what they call a good one. Play ring around the rosy. You want to ring around this, Rosie? Hey, ring around. I was scared that it should have been. I was not about that.
I'm just ready for this guy to be done with.
Ring around Rosie. They call this one Ring Rosie. You ever ring the rose? Look, I've ring rose too. I've rosed my rings a few times. Hey, you still behind me? You're so slow. You're so slow. You're so slow. You're gonna definitely go away as soon as you step into the light.
So if K-pop Demon Hunters is your guilty pleasure, Hustle, who's your favorite of the main trio? Mine has got to be Rumi. I mean, she's obviously the main character, so she's the most development, but I know a lot of other people like Mira. Zoe's, probably the fan favorite of the main trio from at least what I've seen. And Hustle, did you see the Hot Toys K-pop Demon Hunter figures? What do you think about those?
Okay, here's the problem. Talk. I need hold because I need to feel like I'm smothering this shit. Whoa! What's this? Lightning fast fuse change. Thompson, that's what I like to see. That's what I like to see. Yeah, take that. What's wrong with you? Good thing Senior kick-ass. Love.
I admire Hot Toys from afar.
Yeah, I will definitely not be sinking my teeth into that line. But I did think that they looked pretty good. I did have some problems with the face sculpt, specifically on Rumi. I felt like it looked a little bit too angry. And then Zoe's neck, I think, was a little bit too thick. But otherwise, they look good. Hot Toys always is going to get pretty close to as accurate as possibly can. Sometimes I just think their faces miss a little bit, but yeah, Rumi's the GOAT. So, did you see the Mattel action figures they released? Or they haven't released them yet, but did you see the photos for those K-pop Demon Hunter ones? Looks like they're coming with, quite a bit of fun accessories to recreate the moments from the show. And to my surprise, they're doing the entire Saja boys. They're not just going Genu and the girls. They're going all in, which I think is really cool.
One second. me some research. He stopped in the cafe when I met with the hooded man after the swing. He was watching the videos. Paranoid, I saw the hooded man again. Got here, but I never. Okay, that's what I missed.
This is my champ.
Oh, this is gonna be good.
I wish I got all 4 of the bros hustle. Like that would be the display for TMNT. But no, I only ended up getting the Leonardo just because, you know, I don't know, money. All 4 of them would have been $400 at least. But yeah, I kind of wish I did. But then again, I'm not upset anymore because the NECA TMNT Fortnite figures, like I think I mentioned this earlier, I don't know if you were here or not, but those are my favorite design for the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the Fortnite ones actually, pretty funny. But yeah, NECA's making the Fortnite designs, and so I think that's going to be my 4 TMNT figures I have in my collection, and then I'll just have the Ling Ji-hun Leonardo as an extra. Because Leonardo is my favorite turtle, so I wouldn't mind having 2 Leonardos in the collection. But yeah, I definitely need those Fortnite ones because I wanna have a section at least where there's all 4 of the bros. Yeah, Mattel cooked with that, and also I hope they're gonna cook with their DC license. I don't know if you saw that Mattel got the DC license. The Age of McFarlane shall end, and hopefully Mattel cooks.
We need to leave immediately. I don't know what's happening. Some kind of mass hysteria. The hospital's on lockdown.
Look out! He's so cool. Oh, fuck. Whoa! Don't worry, I'll get him. Okay.
Yeah, NECA's bag is TMNT, man. They got them always pumping out, and respect. I do have. I brought my little brother, the TMNT. I think 2012, like animated show version of Leonardo for his birthday, and that was a pretty cool figure. I messed around with a little bit before I gave it to him, but they do have some QC problems that are quite a few for them to allow to, like, you know, get through the factory pipeline, and I hope they do better with these Fortnite ones. And yeah, because I don't know, for the price point, it is kind of premium, and they have a lot of QC issues. I guess they make up for it with the usual. They have a pretty good selection of accessories, so it's nice. But
That's awesome. That is so crazy. Wow. Oh my god. Wow. Whoa. Thank you. Just had a bit more care. What the? You can figure that up? I didn't know that. That's a problem. Whoa. Thank you. Just had a bit more careful. Holy. Oh no. Another one.
I honestly don't go live often on YouTube, or at least I haven't in the past. But, you know, since tons of people stopped in here, hung out, including yourself, I think I'm going to start doing it more often. Try to do it as often as I can. So once I get more of a schedule down, maybe I'll have a set time I go live. But yeah, just keep an eye out, and I'll just do it as often as I possibly can. It's pretty fun. I mean, it's always fun to do stuff like this on stream, because it's not like I'm gonna record a whole video of this process or a reel. I've done some reels in the past where I take time lapses of my customization, but thanks for enjoying and hanging out.
Oh my, can you please just let me get the chainsaw? Let me sharpen my axe, and let me get the goddamn chainsaw.
This is the last hand. I can't wait to finish this last hand here and be done with this, and then I can pose them up, maybe make a reel or TikTok or both. I usually do both.
I wanna suck into opinion. Yep, that's good. Yep. Oh, I thought I was gonna get a second. Opinion.
Okay, all of them sealed. See if they've dried nicely. Yep, there we go. Let's do some interchanging of the hands.
Sorry, glasses.
Oh yeah. This guy's looking awesome. Absolute peak. It's already 4:15. Man, time flies. Holy shit.
That's all, well, that's just all. Okay, I'm counting on you. This is make or break for my career, and therefore make or break for your career. I saw leaving you. I believe in Saw. Yes, you have to make these funny too. Yes.
I vape, but I don't like mean to me, you know? I only do when my friends do it, or on the weekends. When I'm in school, I mean, usually. Unless I'm really crazy.
Okay.
And I only have like
All the hands are sealed and dried. We are done. Process is over. I can finally clean up my workstation a little bit here. Gonna cover up the Mod Podge. Love saying that. And paints can go back. I've had these paints out for so long, just 'cause I've been doing all the time modifications. Avery's celebrating. Yippee! Oh, a little web right there. I didn't realize I had that. Are you kidding me? Avery, I just knocked over to the garbage can again and it spilled all the pencil shavings again. Time to go get the vacuum. Do I have anything third party in my collection? I mean, does this count? Mess Toys? If that counts, then I have the symbiote and this one. Other than that, no, I don't think. Actually, I have CT Toys. CT Toys, Mess Toys. I think that's it. I think those are the only third parties I have. If you're counting those, I'm not 100% sure. I try to buy official stuff, just because the things that I like are very mainstream, so I don't really have to worry about them not being made or anything like that. And they usually do a pretty good job, either between SH Figure Arts or Hasbro or whatnot. Finally turned off my laptop. And there's the custom. Woo, we did it. We made it through. I'm gonna dump out this water.
What if I didn't find it? What if I didn't want to find it? What if I wanted
Mute myself real quick.
Alrighty. This boy. It's pretty darn good. All right. I think I'm going to end the live there. Thank you guys for coming out and supporting. I really appreciate it, and having all these conversations with you guys is really fun. So, yeah, I'll try to do this again sometime soon. Show you my face. Hair's a little crazy right now, but try to do this again sometime in the near future. So just stay tuned with my channel. Turn on notifications if you're interested. Thank you guys for showing up today and just commenting and hanging out with me. So I'll see you guys next time. Peace out.